So you want to hit
Oh, no. Here we are there.
So Jack,
Yes, sir.
Jack,
Yes, sir.
can you hold until 8?
Oh, I don't know. If you see me up and leave it alone. Coach not like beer. I don't just drink like that.
Yeah, it's right in Sandy's. It's right in Sandy's eyes. That's better.
We just waited the entire procedure.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. We are going to call this meeting to order. And as I mentioned, this is our first for Springwater Township. We're webcasting our council meeting tonight. We didn't have time to arrange makeup artists, so there might be some glare from a few heads up here, but we'll kind of live with that. Anyway, it's an opportunity if you are at home and you want to watch council proceedings, because they're not large enough, and we're not fortunate like Collingwood or the Second Beach where we have Rogers Cable come in. So this is the next best thing, and we will be arranging to have a YouTube channel after these, and we'll probably retain them when we have to set up a communication policy, but we'll probably retain the tapes for each council meeting for maybe a month or two. We do have a long-term permanent record in audio for council meetings, so you can refer to those at any time. So with that, call on Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French. Moved by Perry Ritchie, second by Katie Austin. The meeting of the Council of Township of Springwater, July the 20th, 2015, come to order at 6:30 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. It was just mentioned that there is room up front. This kind of reminds me, I'm a Catholic. When I go to church Everybody seems to sit in the back pews. It's okay to come up front if you like. So there's lots of chairs up here, so we don't need any more chairs at the back. So I'd ask you now to stand with me if you're able. And I'm going to ask Councillor Austin to lead us in the national anthem. When we're completed the national anthem, I'd ask you to remain standing for private reflection or private prayer.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all our sons' command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please remain standing for a few moments. Thank you. You may be seated. We do have a busy calendar tonight. We have 3 deputations and we have a lot of reports that we'll be going through. So bear with us and hopefully you stay the evening with us. So the first thing is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest of anybody on the council here, on any item on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed. And the first deputation is going to be from the County of Simcoe regarding housing our future. And I invite Nina Borchi and Terry Talon up to present.
Your Worship, members of council. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nina Bifolci. I'm the Deputy Mayor for Saga Beach, but tonight I have my county hat on as the Vice Chair of the County's Affordable Housing Committee. With me is General Manager Terry Talon, as well as Planner Nathan Westendorp in the audience. We'll be taking notes if we have to get back to you with any questions that you might have. And I thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight, and I will pass it over to Terry.
Thank you, Councillor Bifolci, and good evening, Your Worship, and members of council, staff, and the audience. And I too want to thank you for the opportunity to present on our affordable housing strategy. Basically, we're going to provide a little bit of information about the legislative role of the County of Simcoe, a few comments about our strategy, some preliminary targets identified for the Township of Springwater, a little bit of information about what housing already exists in your community, and then just discuss some ideas we have moving forward. But before we move into the affordable housing, I also just wanted to take this opportunity to remind people about 211. We've been doing this at all our deputations, and we think it's really important that all our residents know that there's a very easy to use, very easy to remember number to dial if you need help in any kind of social and community services capacity. It's available in multiple languages, 24/7, and you talk to a specialist who will listen to your concern, whatever the problem it is, and then help make sure that you're directed to the right organization. So I have left some pamphlets with your CAO. If you're interested in getting more, we'd be happy to provide those. So access to affordable housing, it is obviously vital to the health and the well-being of our residents and communities. And the purpose of our, as I indicated, of our presentation is to share a little bit of information about our strategy. The County of Simcoe has a legislative responsibility to provide a number of services to all of our member municipalities in the City of Barrie and the City of Orillia. So you may know that that includes Ontario Works, Children's Services, paramedics, but particular to this presentation is social housing and homelessness prevention services. County Council approved our community 10-year affordable housing and homelessness strategy in January 2014, and it's essentially a roadmap to address the affordable housing needs in our region over a 10-year span. It includes 5 strategic themes to guide the county and our municipal and community partners. And the themes are the establishment of strong leadership and governance, and we have that with our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, which includes 6 elected officials and 6 members from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. Achievement of our affordable housing target. We do have a countywide target of 2,685 units over 10 years, and we will get to the target that we understand is needed here in the township of Springwater in a moment. We also, one of the themes is to protect the existing public assets. Much of our housing is aging, and so it has infrastructure requirements. So that's part of our strategy, is not to lose any current housing. Planning for the public good is talking about how we might be able to make things easier for developers to develop affordable housing using planning tools within your own municipality. And then creation of an integrated service model for housing and supports. That's about helping maybe some of our more vulnerable residents obtain and retain housing. So this slide provides a bit of a snapshot of statistics related to core housing needs for the township of Springwater, and they come from Statistics Canada 2011 National Household Survey. So based on that survey, we see that 21% of households in your community are actually spending 30% or more of income on shelter costs, and that is to compare the countywide average is about 27%. Of those households, 1,055 of them are owners. They actually own their own home, and 255 are renters. We do maintain a centralized wage list for people who want to get into rent geared to income housing, and currently there's 23 households that live in Springwater that are waiting to get into rent geared to income housing. 3% of households in Springwater are residing in unsuitable housing, which essentially means that there's not enough bedrooms for the size of the family. 4% of households in Springwater are residing in housing that is in major need of repairs. Again, as a comparator, 5.7% in the county and the 6.6% in the provincial average. The prevalence of low income in Springwater is 7.4%, and that's compared to the county-wide average of 11.3% and the provincial average of 13.9%. In Springwater, there's currently about 9.43% of all of the dwellings within Springwater that are rental. So it just gives you an idea of what it looks like, your accommodations in Springwater. So our preliminary estimate indicates that an additional 96 units are needed for the township of Springwater. And so part of our reason is to, for this presentation is to share this information, get your feedback, and then to get some information from you as to what you think the priorities are for the township of Springwater. As I indicated, we wanted to just share a little bit of information about what's currently available. So there are 34 rent geared to income units that are currently available in Springwater, and they are all in Elmville. And then in addition, we do actually have rent supplements with private landlords, so we can actually cover the difference between what somebody can pay and what the landlord's charging. And then we also have a couple of other programs that aren't mandated, but that we do deliver. We receive federal and provincial funding to do this. And that's down payment assistance. So if somebody's currently renting, they can contact the county and we may be able to help them with a down payment so they can get into home ownership. We also provide loans and grants through our Ontario Renovates program for accessibility improvements and funding to assist in the creation of secondary suites. And then we also have, again, I mentioned the rent supplements and housing allowances. And then we do have limited funding to actually develop new affordable rental housing, so new apartment buildings. In the past, we've also provided some development charge relief to developers, and we've also provided some property tax differential relief, and that's between the difference between multi-residential and single residential. And so this provides just a little bit of information about the tools that are available to municipalities to try to help develop affordable housing. The Planning Act can support the creation of community improvement plans and secondary suites, and in fact the province has actually mandated that municipalities must have policies that allow for secondary suites. They haven't set a date on that, but it does say that you have to develop policies to that in that regard. And we actually do, as I mentioned, we do have some funding that can help people create secondary suites, and I actually left a few applications with your CAO in case that is something that Springwater wants to pursue, and maybe some of your residents want to pursue that. It can help with the affordability of the homeowner, because now they have income, and can also provide an affordable place for another family. And there's also some development charge relief could be allowed, and again, it depends on your municipality. And then there's other sources, other financial tools that you could probably use, such as use of surplus or underutilized lands for the purposes of affordable housing. And we did also provide, I think I have it here, we developed with the county planning staff, municipal affordable housing tools in Ontario, so I've left this pamphlet as well with your CAO in case your planning department is interested in looking, just looking through that further. And so finally, as we indicated, housing is one of the most important determinants of health. If you have proper, stable housing, many of the other challenges you face can be resolved. County Council has challenged us to create a target of 2,685 units over 10 years, and again, that's countywide. But we do know that this requires new approaches, new partners, and most importantly, getting member municipalities directly involved. You know your communities best, your challenges and your resources, what will work in your community. So we're really hoping that we can get your input and include that as we develop the final implementation plan. And we do have a couple of asks, which we've indicated on the screen. We're hoping that you would designate one staff person to be a liaison with our county staffs on a regular basis so we can support each other in our efforts to develop affordable housing. And we're also hoping that that person would ensure that data is shared with us, because it's really important as we go down this path that we have good data that shows that some of the things that we're implementing is actually making a difference in your community. And then finally, we will be sending a follow-up letter and asking just for a little bit of information about what we've shared with you and some more questions about what you think the priorities are. Maybe there's certain target groups that you'd like to reach. Maybe you think there's certain solutions that would work in Springwater better than others, maybe the down payment assistance and secondary suites, or maybe rent supplements. So we will be following up with a letter, and we hope that we can include your input into our final implementation plan. Thank you.
And your next slide has contact information on
Yes.
it. Anyway, thank you. So I turn to council for any specific questions, comments. Councilor Austin.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It's good to see this initiative. My question is, are you in communication with the Elm Valley District Food Bank? Because I would imagine they would have a lot of information and specific people who would benefit greatly from your program. So are you in communication with the Elm Valley Food Bank?
Through your worship. We haven't been directly involved with them, although other aspects of our services would probably be assisting people who do access the food banks across the county. But I think that's a really good suggestion, and I know that Nathan is taking some notes down, so we will definitely follow up on that.
And I will take your contact information and pass it on to the people at the food bank, because I'm sure that they would be very keen to make that connection with you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor French. Thanks for the very good presentation, Terry and Nina. On slide 6, you had some figures that pertain to Springwater. Just from your analysis so far, it looks like we benchmark favorably compared to other areas and the county. Is there anything that stands out that from your review that might be a priority for us to review in this area?
Through your worship. As you indicated, I think that some of the numbers are favorable when we start to look at the prevalence of low income. We do have additional information based on our strategy of what kind of income levels are needed, what kind of income levels we should be targeting as we develop affordable housing, and we can definitely share that with you or your staff further. But we do have a breakdown of what those 92 units look like.
Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Mayor French. I think it's your slide 5. I'm not sure if that's Springwater you're talking about or all of Central County. My question is the 185 on suitable residents and the 245 that need a repair. I assume those are probably privately owned or that repairs would be made by the county. And if they are privately owned, how do you establish this information?
Through your worship, this is actually information that came from Stats Canada. So this is information particular to Springwater. Again, it is favorable compared to county-wide, but this would be the survey that people complete when they do the national survey. So that's where the information came from.
Thank you.
I guess I have a comment, and then I'll come back to anybody else in council. The 2685 affordable housing units that we're talking about in the next 10 years, I mean, that's today. I mean, what are the projections? Is it going to creep up to 3,500, or do we have any idea at this point?
Again, to you, your worship. When the plan was actually developed, the consultants took a look at the 10-year strategy, and they did take into consideration population growth throughout the county. So that was taken into consideration. But this amount of housing just keeps us ahead. To your point, if we did nothing, we'd be falling behind. So this target is just, although it may seem aggressive, it's not really aggressive when you consider how quickly we're growing. So it did take that into account, and we will be slightly ahead if we achieve this at the end of the 10 years.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. Now I'll turn to Deputy Mayor Allen to accept the delegation.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the delegation from County of Simcoe regarding housing our future be received.
All those in favor? Carried. And just as a note, I got my little kit bag of 211 from the county, and I think it's right out here in our reception area. You'll find it. But any other information like that, would be quite happy to share with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
I invite Bernard Pope to come. He has a deputation from the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture. And just to remind you, Mr. Pope, you have 10 minutes, and since we have a long agenda, as soon as you open your mouth, my watch starts. Might stop.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor French, members of council, and attending Springwater staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present this deputation on behalf of the Simcoe County Federation. My name is Bernard Pope. I am the Vice President of the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture with their office at County Building in Midhurst. I'm offering the following deputation with approval and direction of the board of the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture and our President, Jim Partridge. The content is concise and simple. It's in the form of a letter, and it should work to fit within the 10 minutes that I've been expected to work in. In addition to the deputation that I will surrender to Clerk Daly, I will include the executive summary of the cost of community services study that was completed by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture researcher Ben Lafort. Following the assignment that I'd been given by the Simcoe County Federation, I'll make an additional statement. So this letter is addressed to Mayor French, members of Springwater Township Council, township staff, and Clerk John Daly. It's dated July the 13th of this year. On June the 4th, 2015, the notice of motion to Springwater Township Council by Deputy Mayor Don Allen with regard to the protection of farmland was presented to the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture's Board of Directors. After a discussion and vote by the Simcoe County Board of Directors supporting Deputy Mayor Allen's notice of motion, the Simcoe County Federation President Jim Partridge asked that a letter be drafted under his signature to be presented by way of deputation to the Township of Springwater Council at the appropriate meeting in July of 2015. It is clear to Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture that politicians, planners, and the general community are understanding more acutely the need to protect our food-producing land for the intended use of feeding our society. Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture is pleased the Township of Springwater Council is taking the lead and setting an example in the protection of farmland from unnecessary or badly planned development. Respectfully, Jim Partridge, President, Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture. My last statement is directed at the council. It must be stated that Springwater Council has to govern according to the will of the majority of the voting constituents. The decisions made for the municipality must not be made at the prodding or intimidation of developers, their benefactors, or their pawns. Clearly, the mandate given to this municipal leadership is to restrict the growth in Midhurst and to protect farmland throughout Springwater Township. Please do as you said you would when you campaigned. The constituents want you to succeed. That ends my deputation, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll turn to council for any questions. Councilor McConkey.
You made a very heavy statement about badly planned development and governed to the will of intimidation. Do you feel this council is being intimidated?
I don't want the council to be intimidated. I have no idea whether the council will be intimidated. I just hope that they take the attitude that they will govern according to their mandate.
And have you read the legal opinion on the motion that our legal advice has provided on that motion? I know that the letter dated from the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture was July 13th, prior to legal opinion, so I just want to know if you've read that this evening.
I have not read it. I've heard about it, but I have not read it.
Okay, because this council also has to govern by the law, not break the law. So, we have received legal advice. And I would just like to make you aware that I have reached out to farmers in my area, and the word restriction is very vague, and the word development is very vague in a motion. And I have quite a few farmers that are very upset by that motion. And so I would like to make sure that the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture is aware that there's residents in my ward, Ward 4 and Windy State, and also residents within Elmville that I've spoken to that did not align with that motion, just so you are aware.
Councilor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor French. Mr. Thorpe, I know you said you were restricted, but I'd like to ask you some questions, and I have several, but I'll make them quick. We've all heard, and I believe it's accurate, that approximately 350 acres per day of agricultural farmland is being lost to development or whatever else, but we're losing that much a day. So it's basically a subdivision a week, if you like, that we're losing in agricultural farmland. So I guess my question to you is, we have policies in place at provincial level, county level, and municipalities through Ontario saying that we'll protect agricultural farmland. With those policies in place, how can we possibly be losing 350 acres per day? And if you think that's accurate, what can we do to try to prevent that?
I believe what the motion speaks to is the attempt to follow the policies of the government more accurately. I read the motion that Mr. Allen presented, and he suggested classes 1 to 4. If you take a look at this letter after you read it, it doesn't say that we support 1 to 4. It says that we support the township taking the lead and setting an example in the protection of farmland from unnecessarily or badly planned development. So if we follow the policies that the government has through the provincial policy statement, places to grow, Simcoe County official plan, and the current official plan of Springwater Township, there should not be any major loss of farmland.
Thank you. And I guess my next question is, we had a gentleman here one night, and I believe him, he was a local farmer, and he wants to develop 50 acres. His statement was, and I don't doubt that it's accurate, but a small farmer cannot make a profit with 50 acres. I believe he must be accurate because he's a farmer. I guess my question to you is, what can we as a council or a province or municipality do to assist small farmers so they can make a profit and they don't have to sell their farmland for development?
One of the misconceptions is that small farms don't make profits. I know the person you're talking about, I know his situation, and I believe that he has downsized his farm for a profitable operation. It was originally profitable. So how he's managed that property is his business. You can't grow a field of soybeans or corn on 40 acres and expect to make a profit. You're absolutely right. But you can cooperate with other farmers. You can grow different crops. You can grow local vegetables. There's different programs that are available through Farm Start to start small farms. So that would be one way of working with that.
Does your organization assist folks like this? They give them that sort of education or training, or maybe help them get together with other small farmers in order to be profitable?
I have a list here of issues that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture works on, and I'm not going to read them all, but they cover a broad range of things, and one of them is farm finance and farm income. There is a provincial organization called Farm Start, and they help young farmers get going in farming.
I guess the last question I should probably put forward to you, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I've heard it argued that municipality collect more money from residential taxes than agriculture or farmland taxes. My understanding is that for every dollar we collect in agricultural tax, if you like, it costs us 20 cents, but for every dollar we collect in residential taxes, it costs us $1.30. So this costs a lot more to have residential development, if you like, versus agricultural farmland. And if that's accurate, then we shouldn't be leaning on development in order to try to generate more income, if you like, in the way of tax dollars. And so I guess my last part of that question would be, if this is accurate, how do we compensate farmers who want to sell their farms and try to get out of farming and make a profit, and yet not lose that agricultural land to farmland? And how do we accommodate developers so they can develop and build houses that we need, as these folks that just ahead of you made the deputation, without losing farmland? I guess I know you're not a genius, but I know you're a smart man. You know more about agriculture than I do.
Well, I'm glad you realize I'm not a genius. I think part of your information is coming from the cost of community services study that you obviously have found before. I have it here in front of me. I'm submitting it as part of my compilation to Mr. Daly. But what happened in that situation is they studied an area in southwestern Ontario, and they found that for every dollar of income they got from a residential development, it cost $1.08. And for every dollar they got from, or they had to spend on farming, it was 50 cents. And commercial was 38 cents. So, go ahead.
I was going to say that it appears our numbers are differently, but they're similar to that. You make more money
Correct.
from agriculture as a municipality than we do from...
You don't necessarily make more money from agriculture, but you don't have the expenses. So you have the expenses of $1.08, and you're only getting $1 back from the residential. So your other question had to deal with what do we do about the farms and saving the farmland. Obviously, if you compensated the farmers through easements, agricultural easements, which the Ontario Farmland Trust uses through the University of Guelph, similar to Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, they will pay a farmer to leave his farm in farming. And if it has to be developed, then they have to prove that that development is necessary. The same application is in Oregon, it's in British Columbia, it's starting in Quebec. So everybody's starting to realize, as I said in my deputation, or in the letter, that people are starting to realize that you can't keep going with this 350 acres a day and still expect to feed yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to move on. Hopefully you're out of questions, Jack. Councillor Coghlan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor French, to Mr. Pope, the compilation of the Federation of the Agricultural, how many farmers within Springwater Township would be part of that? Is it a membership-driven federation?
Specifically for Springwater, I can't give you an answer. For Ontario's 37,000.
No specifics of how many farmers?
Specifically, no.
And then, furthermore, for clarification, so the support from the Federation of Agriculture is that we follow, the attempt to follow the policies more accurately, the letter was not in response to the motion brought forward.
It was not in direct response to the motion because we felt the motion may be amended. So the support we're giving from the Federation is protection of farmland. Do what you can to protect the farmland, and we will respect that.
Thank you.
Councillor Austin.
I would agree with you that we need to protect the farmland, just as Councillor Henry was saying. Does the Ontario Federation of Agriculture then have suggestions as to where we can put in new development if it's not on Class 1, 2, and 3 farmland? Or are they not taking an initiative as far as that goes?
They would never take an initiative like that. And the reason they would not do that is because that would show favoritism on a situation. But what they will do is they will ask the developer to show that the development of this property would be a net benefit to the community. That would be the stand of the OFA.
The developer and the municipality would have to answer that question.
The developer is tasked with the development of the proposal to the township, yes.
Other questions? Councillor McConkey.
I was speaking to a resident too, and they have, I'd say, 30 acres or so, and they had a horse farm, which they bred horses and sold horses. And with the downturn, with the horses, with the industry, with the racing and that, it's really hit hard with it. And she has this acreage, and she really can't make it profitable through the equine, and she's been talking to the government, and basically they're saying, oh, well, get into some other type of farming. Well, it's very difficult for a new farmer to get the quotas. And so when you talk about these small farms and that, like there's a lot of people out there with smaller acreage trying to, how do they make it go without getting quotas for chickens or for, there's cow, like a lot of people just can't get that.
I was in Alberta in the 70s, and one of our neighbors on the ranch I was on had 5 acres, and he raised hogs. So he had a hog barn, a tractor, a honey wagon, and a silo, and a snowblower. He would pump his liquid manure out into the honey wagon. He'd take it to a farmer. He'd call the co-op and he'd ask for the feed to be delivered into the silo. He'd call the trucker to bring the truck to ship the hogs. He was a profitable farmer on 5 acres, having a hog operation. So there are ways to do it. There's a friend of mine who has 1.5 acres. She raises herbs, and she makes a living.
But not everybody wants to sacrifice to that much, and I can agree with you because we delivered manure and sold manure back in those times, but not many people in the subdivision want manure delivered these days.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, actually just for everybody's information, I've been tracking them. As of, I guess, a half hour ago, just so everyone's aware in the audience, we have 339 emails outlining their support of the motion to preserve primary farmland in Springwater Township. So 339 have spoken very clearly that they think it's an important initiative. I guess I'll call in Councillor Coghlan for the motion.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the delegation by Bernard Pope be received.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Thank you, Roy. May I deliver this to Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Yeah, please bring whatever information you want shared. Still on the computer. It's not a toxic spill up here, we just have a little spill. Next I invite, obviously, we have a delegation and traffic comment in Seaton Road, and I have Leith Greenwood down here as presenter, but come forward. I think it changed from my script. So you have 10 minutes, as mentioned, just actually, probably, and we'll get it from the clerk, or to the clerk. I'm not sure if we got the information from Mr. Pope with his name and address, maybe we do have that. But if you just kind of want to give us your name and address for the clerk, for the record, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councilors. We'd first like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening. Actually, I'm Grant Roberts, and the original application for dedication had me primary and Leith Greenwood, who's here with me tonight, as backup.
Okay.
So, with the permission of council, I'll proceed. We have a tremendous amount to cover, so I will go very quickly. If I'm going too fast, by all means, stop me. But we're going to start by trying to take a look at the old petition that was presented to council. There is some misinformation in that petition, and compare that to what we have in the new petition that I handed to the clerk earlier this evening. So very different results from the 2014 petition. The old one was actually made by an entity calling themselves the Snow Valley Highlands Community Association. Frankly, most of us in that community have no idea what that association is. They have no official authority, nor were they known to most of us. This new petition we presented this evening has been completed over the last 2 months, and it actually reflects the actual results from the calming trial that is underway in our community at this point in time. There are a number of issues with the data that were part of that old petition. First of all, the participation rate was relatively low. It's roughly 50%, 73 out of 147 houses in our community. They actually claimed 130, we're not sure where that number came from. There are 147 houses. They had roughly 80 some signatures, and I know I sound vague on that, but it's because they merged separate petitions. There are duplicate signatures in there, and they had children, preteen children even, signing the petition. So the integrity of the data is somewhat questionable, and a number of people that we've talked to who signed the new petition, when we said, why did you sign the old one, said, I either didn't know what I was signing or in fact didn't sign it. So, and there are people like that in the room this evening. So there is a lot of ambiguity over what was originally presented. Now, the new petition. We made it quite different, and there's a handout for each of you. We printed up a page that very clearly outlined what we were stating in the petition. So each resident we spoke with was given that sheet, the opportunity to read it, and if in agreement, they could then sign the reverse. We wanted no ambiguity whatsoever in the data we were presenting to council. All 147 homes in our community were called on, unlike the initial petition. We did not get everybody. We tried multiple times, but we did get 125 of those homes, or 85%. We know some of the people originally involved in that first petition. It took 4 tries to actually get to them and be able to talk to them, but we felt it important to get everybody, not selectively try to pick somebody that might give some bias to their answer. We accepted signatures from driving residents only, certainly not from children or people that were not driving residents in the community. We did find 1 duplicate signature. When we collated all our information, we deleted that again to preserve the integrity of what we're presenting. We also, though, we recorded anyone that had a neutral response. In other words, they either said we prefer not to get involved, or frankly, we don't have an opinion. And we also recorded people that said, honestly, I believe I support the initiatives that were undertaken and are in place today. So that data is all available. So here are the new results. For the 125 homes that responded, we collected 212 signatures. You have copies of those in the binder that was given to the clerk this evening. 84% of the homes signed the petition. 6% of the homes elected to be neutral. And 10% of the homes, 13 in total, supported the existing programs, but they commented to varying degrees. They would say things like, look, I'm for safety, maybe the lower speed limit, I'm not crazy about the speed humps or whatever, so they had a number of varying responses. We thought it would be useful for council to break out the actual Seaton Road group, because this was the group that was the catalyst behind the initial petition that was presented. When we do that, for the 12 homes in total that are on Seaton Road, we were able to connect with 10. As I said, it took actually 4 attempts to get one of them, but we got 10 of them in total. 3 of those homes signed our petition. 4 elected to stay neutral. One of them made an interesting comment, I'd rather not be on the wrong side of some of my neighbors. That's fair, we respect that. 3 in total supported the existing programs, but again to varying degrees. One of the residents right between the speed bumps actually said, I'm going to stay with the original support. However, I'll be the first to admit what's going on is not working. So I just don't know what else to recommend, so I'll stay with the existing recommendation. Now, the original issue, as stated, going back to 14, was speeding on Seaton Road. If you take a look at some of the data that council have summarized from 2014 on Stanley, it's a chart that you're probably familiar with. If we pull that apart a little bit, if we take out drivers that were below the speed limit, that were at the speed limit, and cars recorded between 1 and 10 kilometers over the speed limit. Now, I'm not trying to discount those drivers, but I would expect, with the exception of the people in this room, many of the drivers in Ontario do in fact go between 1 and 10 over the speed limit on a somewhat regular basis. So let's take a look at the real problem we're trying to address. Between 8% in the first survey and 12% the second time Stanley was run in 2014, of all the vehicles exceeded the speed limit by more than 10 kilometers an hour, of which only 2% were 20 kilometers or more. I'm not saying that's not an issue, but it becomes a matter of how we deal with that issue. And the question came up in talking to the residents. I don't think I look a lot like Dr. Phil, but I was surprised by what some of the people shared with me. The residents out on Seaton in the area that is being calmed said, we are frustrated and we'll admit to that. When we bought those homes, Seaton was a dead end. It was about 400 meters of road that went nowhere. We had no traffic, and we rather liked it. We were told by our builder that it would be years before Seaton would be pushed through to Wilson. Now, we're surprised at that comment because the rest of us in the community, I bought there 9 years ago, knew quite well that in fact negotiations were underway between the developer and the Cameron Farms to secure land and put that road through. We were actually looking forward to it. So we're surprised they didn't do due diligence. We understand their frustration. They did get a sizable discount on the price of those lots because they were positioned on what was going to be a thoroughfare. The new issue, traffic calming initiative, is actually proving somewhat counterproductive. You've probably heard some of the reports already. There's speeding between the humps. There is driving the ditch around the humps. There is driving Riley's and Lloyd Cook instead, because Seaton is now 40. Riley's and Lloyd Cook, even though they're fully inhabited, are still 50, of course, like most feeder roads in our township and in our province. There's horn honking, there is name calling, there is a threat that was made that is surprising, frankly, in this day and age. People have been vandalizing the calming sign, which is disappointing behavior for residents that you would think would be perhaps more responsible. There's today's event. The sign has been tipped over on an almost daily basis, dragged off into the bush at one point in time. Today they tore the Springwater heading off and I guess tried to wrap it around the 40-kilometer speed sign. And of course, people, as you can well imagine, are manipulating Stanley. He's been there so much that he's almost a resident, probably should be taxed. And so when people, they volunteer that when they see Stanley, they slow down until they get by him and then they give it the gas. Or we even have a few that have volunteered to me, they look to post the highest possible number they can on Stanley. It's not responsible behavior, I won't deny that. The bigger issue is once they get past the humps, people are somewhat frustrated and speeding has gone way up. And on top of that, they're ignoring stop signs. To give you a sense of what we're looking at, of course, there's an overview of our community, but people, by the time they get into the community, have already driven an extensive distance at a 70-kilometer rate. Then they're asked to drive 40 by that small number of homes in that 400-meter stretch. Then they hit a stop sign, then they have to continue at 40 beyond that into an area where there are no driveways and no homes backing onto the road. What we're seeing is people are speeding substantially more in that area. One of our residents, Mr. Bryant, lives on the corner of Berry Hill and Seton. His brother-in-law is an OPP. They sat in his backyard. His brother-in-law said, you've got guys going through here at 60, 70, 80 and beyond. And the bigger issue is the stop sign at Berry Hill. They counted 50 cars, of which fewer than 10% stopped at the stop sign. Some slow and roll. Others 60, 70, and 80 kilometers blow through the stop sign, and that's right at the park where our children play. There's a ball diamond, there's a skating rink, and so on. So we are concerned about that. Now, why is this happening? Well, while we were doing the survey, this article appeared in the National Post, June 22nd. The headline for the article was Lowering Urban Speed Limits.
1 minute, just so you know.
One
Yeah.
is an exercise in futility. They state clearly that human behavioral studies show that people obey laws that make sense to them. They do not beyond that. That does not look like a 70-kilometer road to people. Does not look like a 40-kilometer road. We have irritated drivers. If you compare roads like Seton and Sunnydale that are very similar, they've got 87 homes on that road. We have 12. They're at 80 and 50. We're at 70, 40, community safety zone and speed humps. How many irritated drivers? If you take a quick peek and try to tabulate, Stanley reported 1,555 cars westbound in one 24-hour period midweek on that stretch of road. That's not insignificant. And if you look at the impact on the residents up there who go in and out on a daily basis, often more than once, it's 5 kilometers of calming. With 200 residents, that's 1,000 irritating calming kilometers per day, 300,000 irritating kilometers per year for those residents. So here's the feedback. Calming is counterproductive. 84% of our residents want none of it. Thank you very much. Overwhelmingly, they want enforcement. They feel even if we could add a junior constable with a patrol car to service all of the township, we could do what has been done on Sunnydale going through Center Vespero, what is commonly accepted for Ferndale going by the dump. If you go through there at any high rate of speed, you are going to get tagged in all likelihood. So
Now,
please,
to wrap it up.
that is it. If you would punish the 8 to 12%, not the rest of it, we would all be most appreciative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, much appreciated. I'm going to have council ask questions or make comments in that. And yes, I mean, the previous council did respond to I got a copy of it because I was curious myself of the number of residents that did sign it, and they appeared to, and you have maybe some specific information you just presented here, but there was quite a number of residents, and I can understand why previous council and the council brought it, and see if we can come up with a calming kind of program. And quite honestly, Seton Road is our first experiment with another type of calming initiative, like obviously the stop signs, speed signs, and so forth. And in some ways, yes, you're part of the guinea pig program, because we still haven't resolved the finalized common policy for the township, and we are trying to do that. And you've already read the kind of the report 1116, so you got some of the information. We'll be receiving that just as information, and we will definitely be making a decision shortly in what we're doing with our calming program on Seton, and hopefully generally what we're doing with calming overall. So with that, I'll turn to council. Any questions, comments to start with? Councilor McConkey.
Well, as you said, it was a pilot, and you've brought forward some valid information, and I just want to make note that we need to, although I'm receiving this delegation, I'd like to make sure that this information, we're not only receiving it, but we're adding it, that staff take away this information and complement it to 1114. And I understand from talking to yourselves that there was some information provided to them from July, and it didn't correspond with the July information in here, and the clerk is aware of that. So they're just going to look and make sure that all the information is used. And I would like to see that, I know that Stanley is what first caused the irritation, and rather than receive, I think we can talk in 1116 if we can do something with the speed humps. As to what date we wanted to address those, because it was August 1st, whether we're flexible with that date, we can look at that, because also I have received feedback from farming industries too, and it is affecting firing that, so I do sort of go forward with that, but I'll wait till 11/16 goes forward.
Can I maybe suggest to Councilor McConkey, you may just want to add the words that the delegation regarding Cedar Road traffic contact we received, and basically referred to staff to form part of their ultimate report. Yes.
And I guess one thing that I've learned from all of this is that we do need a process for traffic. You know, the old process of receiving petitions just isn't the way to do it. We really do need this traffic calming policy.
Yes.
And I just need to know sort of when would be the date that we would be expecting something like that, because we can't wait a lot longer. I know August 1st was sort of our date to take all of the pilot information and feed that to a report, but if we can be sort of reasonable with I'm looking, you know, in the first of the fall, if we could have a report, I'd really appreciate it.
Actually, maybe I can just go to the CAO or our Director of Public Works for comments, and either one of you may start.
Mr. Mayor and to council, as you were, we had some transition in our public works department, so it's been a challenge. But now that we have the data in place, we'll be as quick as possible. I caution that it won't be September because we still have a lot of work to do. But as soon as we get it to council, I just don't have the date right now. I apologize.
But regardless of where we go, by the time the snowplows start moving, the speed bumps will be removed because our public works drivers will remove them for us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. I do thank you for your deputation, and quite honestly, I think Councilor McConkey touched on it. You know, we try to kind of respond to residents' requests. And it was quite a lengthy list, and when I read the old petition, I did note it seemed to be from every street in that development, which kind of surprised me. I could understand it's just the main thoroughfare, but it was from everywhere. I mean, obviously you're questioning kind of the integrity of the information, which is fine, but that was what we had to deal with. And at the time, there was really no countering kind of comments. We definitely got a few countering comments since they were put in place. But, you know, please bear with us. It will be addressed. We hear you loud and clear. And we'll come up with a program that responds to all the residents' needs, maybe not just the loudest voices. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So Councilor McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councilor Hannah, that the delegation by lead agreement regarding Cedar Road traffic calming pilot be received and referred to staff.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, now we're having a public meeting, and you won't notice a lot different, except for me reading some script here. But to open the public meeting, I'll call on Councilor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, second by McConkey, that this public meeting held under Section 34 of the Planning Act for ZB 215011 Wilson, and the comprehensive housekeeping amendment be called to order at 7:24 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, and I do have a prepared script because we have to work under the Planning Act here. Welcome to this public meeting of Springwater Township Council, held in compliance with Section 34 of the Planning Act, to give the public an opportunity to express their views in regard to two proposed amendments to the Township of Springwater zoning bylaw as amended. The first part of this meeting is to present the amendments. Following that, an opportunity will be given to enable those who have comments, concerns, or inquiries with regard to these proposals to make their views known to council. In addition to any comments made at this meeting, written presentations would also be welcomed by the council. If a person or public body who files an appeal of decision of the Township of Springwater in respect of a proposed zoning bylaw amendment does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the Township of Springwater before the proposed zoning bylaw amendments are passed, the Ontario Municipal Board may dismiss all or part of the appeal. Any persons who wish to speak should first give their name and address. All comments or questions should be addressed through the chair, that's me. Oral submissions will form part of the public meeting record, including the name and address of the speaker as information collected under the Planning Act. The minutes of the meeting will be posted on the township's website. So the first application, Wilson ZB-2015-011. I'll now call upon the clerk to confirm notice of this meeting and the dates on which notice was given.
Mayor and members, notice of this public meeting was mailed on the 25th day of June 2015 to the owner of the subject lands and to the assessed owners of 8 properties in the township of Springwater within 120 meters of the area to which the proposed amendment would apply, and to all persons and public bodies as prescribed under the Planning Act and its regulations. Notice was also posted at the assessed property to which the proposed amendment applies at a location that was visible from Wilson Drive and on the township website. As a result, 2 pieces of correspondence have been received from the Simcoe County District School Board indicating that planning staff have no objections to the amendment, and from the NBCA indicating that they have no objection to the approval.
The clerk just saved me one question, just so you know. So now I'll call upon Brent Spagno, Manager of Planning, to give a brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposal.
Thank you, Mayor French. The effect of the proposal is to rezone property located in the settlement area of Hampton Mills to satisfy condition 8 of Committee of Adjustment Decision B16/08 to B1908, which was an application to create 4 lots. The effect of the application would rezone approximately 10 hectares of land to the environmental protection zone. It would rezone a portion of the property to an agricultural exception hold zone, with also a provision in the zoning to limit the frontage to a minimum of 59 meters per lot. Also, as part of that rezoning, a hold provision will be established as well, requiring the applicant to enter into an agreement with the municipality to ensure that all engineering standards are met with respect to drainage, parkland dedication, septic, and any other engineering standards that arise as part of the review. The staff have taken a look at the official plan. The property is designated rural, currently zoned agricultural within the settlement area, and the application as it sits conforms with the official plan and complies with the zoning bylaw. And that concludes this presentation.
Okay, thank you. I invite any member of the public, if there's any questions or concerns, to come forward, identify yourself, and you can either ask a question or make a comment, and it'll be duly recorded. So does anybody want to speak to this application from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn to council. Does anybody have any comments, questions about this application? Okay, seeing none, we shall move on. And I'll do my closing statement because we're doing not two public meetings. Thank you for attending the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and showing an interest in the matter. Next one, housekeeping. 4 mapping changes. And I'll call upon the clerk to confirm notice of the meeting and the dates in which notice was given.
Mayor and members, notice of this public meeting was mailed on the 18th day of June 2015 to 4 owners of the subject lands being the subject of the amendment, and was also placed in the Springwater News link. Notice of the public meeting was also emailed or faxed to all persons and public bodies as prescribed under the Planning Act and its regulations on the 15th day of July 2015. Notice was also placed in the township website. As a result, 2 items of correspondence were received from Simcoe County District School Board having no objections to the amendment, and the NBCA having no objections to its approval.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will now call upon Amy Knapp, Township Planner, to give a brief explanation of the purpose and the effect of the proposal.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have 4 properties that we're currently looking at consideration for housekeeping amendments, and I'll just basically touch on each one just as a brief explanation. The first one is 2636 Rainbow Valley Road West. We are proposing to correct the zoning to an agricultural consolidation zone. It's currently on our maps as a straight agricultural. The property was actually subject to a surplus farm dwelling in Severance back in 2001. At that time, there was a requirement to rezone the property. to allow for agricultural uses but prohibit residential uses. That's now our current agricultural consolidation zone. Unfortunately, when we transitioned from the VESPR bylaw over to our comprehensive zoning bylaw 5000, it was reverted back to an agricultural zone. So we would like to see that properly reflected in accordance with the Committee of Adjustment decision and the rezoning that was passed back in 2001. The second one, we'll move along, is for 2667 Portage Trail. We are proposing to do a correction on the zoning, which is currently zoned, partially zoned general industrial outside storage with an exception. We actually received confirmation from the property owner that we do have an error on the property. Under the comprehensive zoning bylaw 5000, the site-specific MO zone -1 actually recognized about 5 or 6 properties specifically related to allowing a contractor's yard as a primary use and an accessory residential use. In this case, our map recognized 2 properties instead of 1, so we would like to have that reverted back because the property that was incorrectly identified as industrial actually has an agricultural and livestock use on the property, so we'd like to have that cleaned up and to avoid any further illegal that. Moving on to our third one is vacant lands on part lot 8, concession 8, Floss Road 8 East. We're proposing to correct that property from the agricultural consolidation exception, AC-1, to the agricultural consolidation exception zone. Right now, if the current zoning of the property actually prohibits agricultural uses. However, this property was subject to a surplus farmland severance in 2000 with a condition to rezone the farmland just to recognize the deficient lot area and to prohibit residential uses only. Therefore, we would like to actually reinstate just the agricultural uses as the property is originally intended through the previous consent and zoning process. And the last property is 2137 South Four Lake Road. We have received a request by the property owner to consider rezoning the subject property from an estate residential zone to a residential conversion zone to allow the property to be developed for residential purposes. Under the current zone, building envelope cannot be established under the or comply with the setbacks in accordance with the estate residential zone, making it impossible for a house to be constructed on it, which is currently a legal lot of record. In reviewing the site and the surrounding neighborhood, we note there are several properties in that area that are actually zoned residential conversion -5. And what the residential -5 allows is recognizing that those lots along that road are actually smaller in nature, smaller in size, therefore they're deemed to comply with the minimum lot area requirements in order to be having a building envelope. Therefore, we consider this amendment appropriate and in keeping with the neighborhood. However, based on the size of the property, we also recommend a holding provision on it. The holding provision is going to be used just to satisfy that the property owners can get a septic and well on the property. And as long as they can establish that to us, then we would be happy to recommend putting a hold at that time. That concludes my presentation. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this property from the public, first of all? Okay, I turn to council. Is there any questions on this property? Thank you for attending the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and showing an interest in the matter. So now I'll go to Councillor Austin for the adjournment of this public meeting.
Moved by Katie Austin, seconded by Perry Ritchie, that the public meeting held under Section 34 of the Planning Act for the ZB 2015-011 Wilson and Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 5000 Housekeeping Amendment was now adjourned at 7:34 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. So now we'll kind of follow up with what we just heard with some direction. And so I'll call on Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French. Moved by Perry Ritchie, second by Katie Austin, that the report from the manager of planning regarding ZB 2015-011 dated July the 20th, 2015 be received, and that subject to the information received at the public meeting, that a bylaw be presented to council for consideration and approval, and that the mayor execute a development agreement subject to the review and comments of the township's solicitor and engineers.
Any further questions or comments on this? Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the comprehensive housekeeping amendments and public feedback received at July 22, public meeting be referred to staff.
Further questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll go to previous minutes, and before I call for the resolution, I think there might be some comment from Councillor Ritchie.
Mayor French, move to reconsider item 11.1, the minutes. It was moved by Ritchie, seconded by Austin, and I'm asking that the minutes be reconsidered for 11.1.
And what is the nature of the reconsideration?
I'm asking for a motion to reconsider on the motion of 11.1 regarding the Elmville High School partnership proposal.
Okay.
And I have a letter here to read before I go ahead and read it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or about the request for reconsideration first?
We need to vote on it.
Yep. Councillor Hannan?
I recall that motion being passed and it was voted on by this council and passed unanimously. However, I would not stand in the way of Councillor Ritchie's opportunity to have his say, so I'll support him hoping to revisit that motion, but I can't say I will agree with whatever his motion is until I've heard all the information.
Okay, you second the motion to reconsider?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Councillor McConkey.
I'd just like clarification on procedure when you reconsider a motion. Does the intent have to be the same? How far off can the motion change?
I think it's at the request for reconsideration. We will either approve or not approve the motion, and then we'll hear the proposal, and then we can obviously vote for or against that. Quite honestly, when you're asking for reconsideration, it's my understanding you would obviously, if you're open to discussion, that's what we're doing. We're opening it up for discussion to reconsider.
But if it's a reconsider motion, you have to look at the motion that was presented and voted upon that time. So it would be reconsideration if he's changing it to an amendment to that motion. And so that should be it. Is he amending the motion? Is he proposing to amend the motion or reconsider the motion as is?
Okay, actually, maybe to jump ahead, Councillor Ritchie, why don't you read your letter and then maybe clarify the situation?
Thank you, Mayor French. Mayor French, I've asked to bring it back the motion to reconsider regarding funding partnership with Elmville High School. To the best of my knowledge and belief, at our council meeting on June 22nd, 2015, the main motion was to support the original partnership agreement of 2013 of $200,000. Township of Springwater being the backstop of this amount if the people of Elmville and area can't raise the funds. I feel confident we will be able to raise whatever amount is needed to maintain our partnership agreement with the Simcoe County School Board. Further to the $200,000 we debated here as a council to need to up the ante, if I can say that, to make the partnership agreement more attractive. I had spoken at length the importance of our high school and the economic benefit to Elmville and the surrounding area. I had mentioned we as a council should be stepping up to the plate and putting up $50,000 a year for the next 10 years, totaling $500,000 plus the $200,000 already agreed to. There was much debate on this, and then someone mentioned $100,000 from the hydro fund. Before you know it, it was voted on, and we passed it unanimously. The bottom line, Mayor French, it's not enough. Like I mentioned before, other municipalities that have done partnership agreements that have put up a lot more. Innisfil Township put up $800,000 over 10 years. They got a new school, and their partnership agreement will allow Innisfil to use parts of the school after hours, much like our partnership agreement. Angus in Essa Township needed a new library, and the school board was looking to build a new school. Essa Township sold the Simcoe County School Board the land for a new school. Partnership agreement was formed, and several $1 million from Essa Township later, today Angus has a new high school and the library is part of it. The library board is managed by the staffing of the library, and the township gets to use other parts of the school after hours. Truly a win-win situation. Instead of a standalone library, which could cost millions to build and maintain, prior to the new school being built, kids were bused out of town. Now kids can be seen in town spending money in the stores. The economic spin-off has been tremendous. Mayor French, I see many similarities of the partnership agreement with ESSA and the school board and the partnership agreement we have with Elmville District High School. In 2005, there was an economic impact survey done of student involvement in the local economy of Elmville. The study revealed the students spent approximately $183,000 per school year. In that time, there was an enrollment at the school of approximately 630 students, which works out to approximately $290 per student school year. The survey further revealed a large percentage of the kids shop on the main street, buy their gas in Elmville, and work in Elmville, providing manpower to some of the local jobs the economy has to offer. When it's all said and done and tallied up, you're back up to what I said earlier of approximately $500 to $1,000 per student over the school year. This kind of economic activity has an immense impact on our real estate values, on our town, and our real estate values are strong. And we as a township will give back any money we put up by the taxes we get back. Aside from the monetary value, our school is part of the social fabric of Elmville, and God help we never lose touch with that. Mayor French, the well-being of our high school in Elmville affects more than just Elmville. It affects the people of Minnesota, Aunt Mills, Apto, Phelpston, Fergusonville, Hillsdale, Hoare Lake, Vasey, Wyville, Palm Beach, Woodland Beach, Dealey Beach, Blue Water Beach, Wasaga Beach, and beyond that. That's the area that high school draws kids from. Our master rec plan identified a partnership agreement with the county school board as a huge saving for the Springwater Township, not having to build a standalone gymnasium, at least not in the foreseeable future. Mayor French and Council, if you recall, there are two amounts of money, $6 million addition and a $10 million addition. I'm proposing here tonight to keep the $200,000, which we have already agreed on, and put it with the $6 million addition. For the $10 million addition, we're going to take the $200,000 already in place, plus an additional $50,000 a year over 10 years, totaling $500,000. This amount would apply only to the $10 million addition. Grand total would be $700,000 spread out over 10 years. Many thanks to our Director of Finance for finding that Elmville District High School / renovation expansion is DC eligible. And I'd be more than glad to share that information with you or the rest of council. Several reasons for asking for this amount of money. To show the Minister of Education that we are serious and in line with other municipalities have offered. Second, if we expect the public to raise $200,000, and by the way, the Lions Club has pledged $45,000, And there was a Lions Club member here, but he had to leave. Then we as a council need to show the people that we're serious. Not every day the government spends this kind of money on a rural town in Elmville. Mayor French, we are a new council, not quite 1 year into our term. There's been much said about this council, and yet there's much work that needs to be done. Let's prove the critics wrong. Let's stand together as a united council, support my motion to reconsider. Let's set our differences aside and show the people of Springwater that we are the council that cares, that listens, that gets the work done, and make this the township we want it to be. And last but not least, there was 87 students that graduated from Elmville District High School this year. Let's keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ritchie. So I guess the first one, before we can really even propose a motion, is I think we have a mover and a second before the actual reconsideration. Is that Councilor Ritchie and Councilor Austin? Okay. Okay, Councilor McConkey first.
I need to understand, because I understand that there's two, so it's not amending, it's taking away from the main motion when you do the different partnerships. So I don't know if we're still aligning with the same motion. So first of all, I'd like to know, ask Councilor Ritchie to present the motion, and maybe there's two motions that he's presenting, because the one we did not discuss with the additional, there's 6 million and there's 10 million. And previously, we had only had a motion for the 6 million.
Actually, that's not correct. The last one was 200,000 for the 6 million and another 100,000.
Okay,
Yes.
is that for the, okay.
Yeah, that was for the
Okay.
second one. Okay,
So what is the motion?
Okay. Okay. Let's vote on it, because the first one is, are we willing to reconsider it? And so I would like to table that motion. Are we willing to reconsider? Those in favor? Sorry, Councilor.
Do I ask questions before the motion or after the motion? Because I don't know if I can support it if I don't have my questions answered.
Well, I think it's clear what the direction we're going, but first of all, before we can even discuss the new motion, we have to decide, are we willing to listen to it on a reconsideration? So, because quite honestly, what happens if for some reason we don't support his new motion, basically goes back to the motion we effectively passed. Is that correct? Yes. So, at this point, I'm just asking, well, are we willing to reconsider it? So those in favor of reconsideration?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just,
The only one didn't put his hand up.
yeah, just make a note that was unanimous, the reconsideration. Okay, now, do you want to table kind of your motion?
Thank you, Mayor French. Moved by Perry Ritchie, second by Katie Austin, that the main motion regarding the Elmville District High School partnership proposal be amended to read that the Township of Springwater reaffirms May 7, 2013 partnership proposal commitments of up to $200,000 as a backstop to bolster partnership fundraising goals, and an additional $50,000 a year for 10 years should a project in excess of $10 million be approved for the renovation and expansion of Elmville District High School to be taken from the Elmville Hydro Reserve and Indoor Recreation DC Reserve Fund.
What's it? Yeah, you said. No, that's good, because it is. No, that was right. Okay, questions? Councilor Cogley.
All right. At our last meeting, when we were asked to up the ante for the $100,000, that decision was made possible for me, understanding that it was coming from the hydro fund and that it was only allocated to projects within Elmville. The decision this evening is coming from our tax base. I understand that it is DC eligible. That's not a never-ending pot. So if we do remove $50,000 a year from that pot and put it towards the high school, something else, there has to be a give. So my question is, with 87 graduates from Elmville District High School, and that our catchment basin for Springwater Township involves other high schools, that's about $575 per student annually. So my question is, what about residents whose children go to other high schools? If we put all of our support and understanding that the provincial government, it's not, our responsibility at a municipal level isn't to fund education, it's to fund essential services, other things. So my concern is that if we're taking $50,000 from the broad base of Springwater Township and allocating $50,000 a year to something that is not necessarily our responsibility, that we would then be left short to provide for what is our responsibility. So that is my first concern. My other concern is that $50,000 a year over 10 years, the $500,000, we have other projects which are our responsibility, such as fire hall, essential services, that we're having difficulty finding the money for. So my concern is that the $100,000 that we did support, I was in support of that because that funding exists essentially for Elmville. Whereas now we are pulling it out of the tax base from all of Springwater Township to one of the catchment schools within our district.
I think some initial comment on that is our CFO and Anita Stratton, our deputy treasurer, can speak to it. One of the things, and I think what prompted the motion, was the fact that if it was just all out of straight taxpayer funds, that would be a very deep-rooted concern probably for a number of people. But the fact is that, even our master rec plan has identified we need more facilities in Elmville. So we can provide some of this facility through the high school. And I think with that, the email, and maybe I'll just actually ask Anita to speak to the DC eligibility of our contribution to the reconstruction renovation.
Through you, Mayor French. Yes, as long as the recreation is, as long as the new space qualifies for equal recreation and will be accessible to township residents in the same way that our current recreation facilities are, then the cost will be DC eligible. And it would come out of the indoor rec DC, so it wouldn't be affecting any other, and it would have full use for all of our residents, not just the students at the school.
Okay. So I think that was a new one, it was DC eligible. Yes, Councilor McConkey.
When you talk about indoor recreation, I know that in previous things, when you wanted to play volleyball or do something at a school, because of their insurance policies, you basically had to rent the facility. So I'm not sure, unless we've really detailed out this partnership with the school, how sound it's going to be. And also with the DC, is it going to be DC specific for the area? Because in my area, no students are going up to Elmville, so the development in my area, I don't see how they would get a benefit from paying the DCs for this development, for the Elmville school. I just wanted to know how you were expecting to get the developer to pay for this from other wards.
Maybe to kind of clarify the question more, is my understanding this would be township-wide DC eligible from the recreation, because that's the way we do it. So it would be broad-based. And then
percentage.
Pardon?
90%.
It's not, it's the whole thing.
Actually, the percentage of since if this is part of the recreation master plan, what percentage is DC eligible?
I'd have to refer that to Jeff. I don't know those answers here.
Do you want to take a guess, CEO Gremlin?
Mr. Mayor, I'm hesitant to, but I would say it would almost be a complete gross expense. I don't have the specifics, but it would be on the larger side, rather than say 75% or more. It wouldn't be on the lesser side. One thing to add as well to consider is that, well, first of all, it is townwide. We offer programs townwide in all our facilities, but also consider the fact that currently there's a number of students who are attending school elsewhere because we don't have the space or the classrooms to have courses within EHS. So this expansion would actually attract students across, within our boundaries back to this high school, because right now people are forced to go elsewhere because the courses aren't available.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Mayor French, and I'm sure you're waiting for my response. And I'd like to make it clear and that everybody understands, I support the high school in Elmville. I think we have to do what we can to keep it open within reason. And well, I guess right off the bat, I have to say, I don't like the way this takes place because basically the Ministry of Education is pitting one municipality against the other. If one municipality can come up with more money than the other, they might have a better chance of getting the high school or the school. Does that mean that that municipality needs that high school more, or is it because they have more money? So I don't like this the whole thing irritates me, and I don't think that residents should have to go through this. It's a political decision, and keep in mind, this is a conservative township, and we have a liberal government. I'm not suggesting any other than that. I guess my concern is, firstly, as Councilor Coghlan pointed out, the development charges come from the entire township. That means it's not, as Councilor McConkey suggested, it's not area-specific development charges. My understanding of the development charge fees that are collectible for recreation are 80% less to benefit the current residents. So keeping that in mind, it might be a lot less than we're hoping it could be. However, if you take the development charges from the whole township, that means other areas don't get things that maybe they should get or could get or would like to have. Having said all that, I guess that the bottom line to me is that we need to support that high school. I don't think we should have to do it with tax dollars that come from all over the township, and the taxpayers in Springwater Township already pay a good percentage of the taxes to the province and the county to run the school system, and now we're going to ask them for more money. When we say that we're going to collect this money and pay back the money that the community has come up with, that money, in my understanding, will go back to the Elmville Hydro Fund, if you like. That money's not going back to the Springwater taxpayers at large. So there's a number of issues I have concern with. I'll listen to what everybody else has, but right now I have concerns because I don't think I can justify to all of Springwater that we should collect their taxes to do something they're already paying taxes for.
Thank you. Other comments and questions? Councilor McConkey.
For the recreation for our DC fund, how much do we have in reserve? Because I was under the understanding, because I was looking for money to find out, I know that we collect DCs for trails and for the infrastructure of trails, and I was trying to find out how much was already collected in reserve for the trail, and I was told that we were in the deficit. So if we're in the deficit in our recreation and our DC, then definitely I cannot support this motion. It goes back to the fire station. We were in the deficit in the reserves there, and we made the decision not to go forward there. This is no different, and I guess I ask if there's anyone from the committee that's going to stand up for the 200,000. It's not just partnerships with the municipalities. We're looking for partnerships with businesses, and you know, we talk about agriculture and agriculture growing. Yes, if there is a partnership, who's ever spearheading that committee should be out building those partnerships with the agricultural community and showcasing that to the board, because they don't want to just see a partnership with the municipality. Where are we going to go? It's when you build a partnership with an outside company or with an industry, and you can show that, that's showcasing and that's standing up. So I think that it's just not the municipality that has to stand up, it's the committee that's also standing up with the 200,000 and building those partnerships, because when we want a new rink or we want some outdoor facilities, those people are creating committees and they're out there. I know the Midhurst people right now are trying to get a pavilion and they're working hard for that. And I'd just like to see if there's someone that's representing the committee, and if there's a strategic plan for this. Like, maybe we're just jumping this a little bit too fast. Maybe we have to wait. Maybe we put our ante in what we did for this year, and we sit back and we really think out a strategic plan and some partnerships and how we can move forward with this. I think we're jumping too quickly and not knowing what's really impacted by the DCs. We can't get the questions answered tonight, and I'd really like to answer if we are in the negative with the DCs for the recreation.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Austin.
First of all, I'd like to commend Councillor Ritchie for an excellent and passionate presentation. He's covered the points very thoroughly. In response to some of the concerns or questions by some of the councillors with respect to Councillor Coughlin, for example, who made the point that it's not the township's job to handle education. We're doing more than this. We're investing in the economic future of the village of Elmville. So that's one way I look at it. With reference to Councillor McConkie and Councillor Hannah's concerns about, so much money being going into Elmville, we have to remember that Springwater is a community, small communities, and we're here to support each other. And further down the line, there may be something that comes up in the Midhurst ward or in the Grenfell ward that we in Ward 1 and Ward 2 will be called upon to support, and you can expect us to be there for you as well. This is the only high school we have in Springwater Township. We have an excellent opportunity to engage in a partnership, especially with recreational facilities, with the Ministry of Education. These are new initiatives that are thinking outside the box that used to be the only form of education. I think we should embrace that new idea, that new way of doing things. So I fully support Councillor Ritchie's motion.
I guess a comment I have is, and it came up after Councillor Ritchie kind of mentioned that he wanted to kind of ask for reconsideration, and I had him talk to the clerk. One thing I didn't mention in the last meeting, and I'm gonna let Peter Beacock prepare for me to drag him up here, so I'm not gonna catch him as off guard as I did last time. But one thing that I do have a concern is I know Councillor Ritchie touched on some of the economic impacts in Elmville because of the high school. I think they're much more significant than that, because I saw part of that old report, and it only kind of seemed to deal with a bit of food and that. And it didn't deal with the parents who might drop by, fill up a car with gas, or obviously go pick something up at the food land or whatever. I think, my guesstimate would be a huge economic impact if that high school leaves town. I totally agree with basically the councillors that said this is not our job. I totally agree with that. It really bothers me that we have to kind of wander into territory that's not our responsibility. But I don't think this does us any good if we destroy a small community because we say, well, it's not our responsibility. It's going to end up being our responsibility. We just had a presentation of social housing. You don't see that 7.4% jump up to 10 or 12%. So I think it's we have to be holistic in our view. And the other thing I'd like to mention, we do have a serious threat from a very smart and aggressive mayor in Wasaga Beach. And they, in their past council, they have $3 million cash sitting in a bank account. They're not talking about spreading it over 10 years or anything. They have $3 million that they've offered to the basically school board and the ministry. If you build a high school in Wasaga Beach, we'll give you $3 million. And I think they've arranged for property. So whether it's our business or not, yeah, we can say, well, it's not our responsibility. Well, I think it is our responsibility. I think we're here for the benefit of this entire community, and I will definitely support, Councillor Ritchie's motion. Other questions or comments before we call for a vote? Yeah, Councillor Hanahan is up first.
Thank you. I'm not suggesting it's not a responsibility, Mayor French. I'm suggesting that we have to do what's reasonable, and I think putting another $500,000 in when we've already approved $300,000, to me, I don't think the rest of the taxpayers in Springwater would think that's reasonable. And to your suggestion about Wasaga Beach having money they put further ahead, that goes to support my position about the ministry pitting one municipality against the other. The school should go where it's needed, not where one municipality wants to buy it.
I totally agree with your comment. Councillor McConkie.
I never got my question answered whether we are in the deficit in our reserve fund for recreation, or for where these reserve funds are coming from.
I don't have that information, we'll have to refer that to Jeff, but the indoor recreation is separate from the outdoor recreation reserves as well.
I guess there's no one that would have the current status, okay?
So I feel like there's insufficient information, and I also feel very uncomfortable handing over $500,000 to an outside organization to handle that money when we can't even hand over $300,000 from a DC fund or from a reserve fund or anywhere for our fire department. And until we can do that, I can't support it.
Thank you. Any other comments, or shall we just call for the... Oh, yes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am getting tired. Okay, Peter, I gave you warning. Can you come forward and make any comments? Obviously, I know you represent our area. Do you think the board, I'll ask you a very simple question. Do you think that this suggested change would heighten our chances of getting a go-ahead on the renovation, which has been kind of shoved off the priority list a few times? So maybe if they just simplify it, yes, Peter. This is Peter Peacock. He's obviously our school trustee. And are you chair of the board also?
I am.
And he's also chair of the Simcoe County District School Board. So if you want to have problems, just talk to him.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. And again, I'm here to listen, not to speak. However, I've been asked, so I guess I will. The situation is, as we've talked the last meeting and have talked, a year or two before this, the capital plan has gone in, and Elmville District High School is #1 in the capital plan. Partnerships will become the norm over the next several years. In fact, recent conversations with the ministry are suggesting that there's going to be about 6 different ministries that will be part of a partnership plan to work with school boards. So, and there's a whole range of ministries that are working on it right now. 4 ministries have been given mandate letters, in which case they are supposed to work with school boards and municipalities, but there will be more. The idea of the partnership, I mean, as I've mentioned in the past, we already have a partnership from the standpoint of being able to use each other's services. So there's grass cutting that takes place, there's use of indoor and outdoor facilities, and that's a reciprocal agreement. In the case of the moving forward with this partnership, the business plan or the business case was going to the ministry, had to be in by the 15th of July. And those business cases, because the business case over the last 2 years hasn't really changed for Springwater and Elmville District High School, that there was an intent that if there was a change in the business case, that might improve the chances. We all can sit here to say we want it to happen, but the ministry is the one who ultimately makes the decision. I'm not here to talk about Wasaga Beach. That's a whole separate issue. The issue we're talking about is Elmville District High School, how important it is to the municipality, and the fact that if there is opportunity to improve the business case by the municipality putting in some funds. And let's remember that the $200,000 is all being fundraised by locals. It's not, the municipality is going to backstop it if it didn't get raised, but that whole $200,000. So until the last meeting, the township was only going to put a nickel in if they were a nickel short. Otherwise, the township wasn't putting any in. And I think that was the intent of moving forward. I'm not here to tell council what to do, just like council won't be telling school boards what to do, other than if we have a partnership, those things get worked out. But that's not my intent. My intent to speak again is simply to say, If there's an opportunity to improve it to where the ministry will look more favorable at it, then I think that's the intent of Councillor Ritchie and everybody on council. I think that's the intent. So if that's the case, then the idea was to try and enhance the business case so that it looked better to the ministry as they choose their projects, which hopefully will be September, October, November.
Okay, before you leave, Councillor Cogman.
At our previous meeting, you were told that we needed to make the decision for the additional $100,000 at that meeting because the deadline would be, we wouldn't have time for a staff report between then, and the deadline was July 15th. So considering the deadline has passed and our proposal has gone through the 100,000, how is this, knowing the deadline has passed, going to influence the decision being made when the decision, all the papers have already been handed in?
Through you, Your Worship. So the only decision is about a difference in the amount of money. So the business case had to be submitted to the ministry by July 15th. The school boards are able to contact their ADM, which is their assistant deputy minister, to let them to request changes to any of the cases, any of the business cases that went in. So after July 15th, so it had to be in by July 15th, but after July 15th, we can submit to request a change. And if that change is dollars, then obviously it's not going to be a big deal in terms of the ministry side. If there was a whole bunch of other things, it might be more challenging. It's strictly saying to the ministry, we're prepared to support more financially than we were in the past. So that piece of it doesn't matter. The intent for the July 15th was to hopefully get to wherever council was wanting to get before that, so we could be part of it, but it's very easy to request to make the change, but it has to go through the ADM.
Deputy Mayor Allen first.
Thank you, Mayor French. So, Peter, the best mechanism, should we decide to make a change, what we've already voted on, for delivery of that message, in your opinion, would be how?
Through you, Your Worship, first and foremost, it would go to staff, and then I'm at the board office in the morning, so we certainly would let staff know if there was a change, but I think that would also come through somebody from council or staff to the administration, letting them know if there's a change in the decision. And then from there, it could be a further discussion, as we've talked about at AMO, right, that's coming up later, to be able to, again, reiterate that to the minister and those people involved there.
Actually, I think, you're going to have a supplementary after CAO Rinley jumps in. I think you said we'd be sending a letter from the mayor and council or something to that effect.
No, Mayor French, actually, we do have a total, my Al's has been busy. And the indoor recreation DC account sits at $1,550,449. So 1.5 million.
So at the present time, we do have funds in that. Okay. That's helpful. Okay, I'll go to Deputy Mayor Allen and then the council.
Just
policy.
supplementary, I'll put my numbers hat on, and if we're talking 500,000, 50,000 for over 10 years, so it's a 500,000 amount, versus the 100,000 additional that we approved as at that date. That's a $400,000 difference, but that's over 10 years. So if you do a discounted cash flow, 400,000 over 10 years is worth something like $200,000 in today's dollars. So really you're talking about a 200,000 versus $100,000 difference. Divided by 10 years is a $20,000, $10,000 difference a year. So that's sort of the dollars and cents of the difference.
Councilor Coghlan.
When you talked about being able to make amendments to the amount of money that we're allocating, last meeting I felt under pressure to make a decision. Understanding our next meeting isn't until August 24th. In my opinion, $500,000 requires a staff report. I would like to refer this back to staff to come back to us so that we can make a decision with more information on how this is going to affect all of our taxpayers, knowing that now we don't have to make a decision for tonight.
I think, well, actually, Councilor Austin.
Sorry, are you waiting for a response to that? Or are you just making a statement? My question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Beacock is, do you have any indication from the provincial government as to when they will give us an answer, a decision on whether we're going to go ahead or not, and which of the two scenarios?
Through you, your worship, the reality is that it happens at all different times in the year. We have been told by the deputy minister that it will be in the fall. Actually, late autumn, so I guess whatever late autumn comes is what they've suggested. We've had announcements in February, we've had them in January. The schools for Aurelia, for Bradford, and the South Barrie School were announced January of 2013. So it's been all over the map. It depends on a whole bunch of things, whether it's elections and whatever else is going on at the time, and there is certainly some labor concerns. But my belief is, based on what we've been told through the deputy minister, that it will be sometime in the fall. So I'm thinking probably October, or maybe November, but probably October.
Thank you. And obviously, one of the things we want to do is, if we make this decision, we want to talk it up at AMO. I sent a letter some time ago to Minister, what's her name?
Liz Sandals.
Sandals. And actually, our MPP has prompted her to respond and set up a meeting, so we are hoping to meet prior to that and discuss this important issue. So, any further questions? I guess Councillor Hanna.
Thank you. Peter, sorry to put you on the spot, sir. You understand my position about pitting one municipality against the other. I have to assume that Simcoe County School Board wouldn't be in favor of that either. My question to you, sir, has you or the school board ever said to the ministry, we need schools here, we're not going to be pitted one against the other, this is the school we want it in Elmvale, give us the school, rather than them putting us in a position where we have to try to negotiate with other municipalities to come up with more money than they have?
Through you, your worship, we have said that loud and clear, as have municipalities. The reality is the ARC process is not a very good process by most accounts, if not all accounts. And so the reality is that I think municipalities have been very clear through AMO, because there are some changes coming to that. Again, it goes back to the fact that sometimes, I guess, the squeaky wheel does get the grease, and we don't like it, but it's not just education. I mean, it happens all over, and so the reality is sometimes that's what makes the difference. And I can tell you that every mayor and deputy mayor that is looking for something, whether it's affordable housing or whether it's schools or whether it's something else, will be sitting in front of those ministers, giving them everything they can to try and make a difference in their communities. So whether that's money, land, partnerships, whatever it might be, it's happening everywhere. So it's not just about education. It's about everything across the province.
It's not fair to our taxpayers, and that's my position.
It's not at all fair.
Councillor McConkey, and then I'm going to close off because we have an amendment on the floor and we have to either vote for it or kind of defeat it.
I totally agree that you should give everything when you want to do something, and I don't believe we've given sufficient time to do everything to this. We don't have sufficient answers even tonight. When we look at 1.5, now we're being told that we have 1.5 in our DC. We're going to take 500,000, and an indoor facility is different. I'd just like to know, is the indoor rink, if we have a whole recreation master plan that has to tap into these DC charges. So without understanding where we're heading with our recreation master plan and where we're heading with that, are we really any better off? It sounds like we've got a great number, but I understand that the indoor arena is going to be 27 million. So I think we need to sit back, give everything next year, give this what we have, and really sit back and do a proper strategy to this.
Okay, the amendment on the floor is, should I have Councillor Ritchie read it again? Is that necessary?
I just gave it to him.
Okay, the clerk will read it.
Mayor members, in effect, the amendment relates to paragraph 2, and partially where the funds will come from. And the amendment is that an additional $50,000 each year for 10 years should a project in excess of 10 million be approved. And once again, drawn from both the hydro reserve and the indoor recreational DC reserve. So that's, you're voting on that amendment.
Just for clarity, when we look up at the resolution, the additional 100 is being removed and replaced with the 50,000 per year for 10 years. That's what this resolution says. Okay, final question.
I'm just curious if we're being asked to vote on this right now, or if it's being referred to staff for report.
The amendment's on the floor, so we have to vote on that. So we're voting for this amendment, and if it's defeated, then we can go back to the main motion.
Recorded vote, please, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Councillor Godwin?
I'm unable to support it at this time, and Ellendale High School is something that I truly want. It personally, for myself and my family, I want to support this. Without a staff report representing the taxpayers as a whole, I cannot support that at this time. So if we are willing to send it back to a staff report, to get a reset report from staff, I would love the opportunity to support this. However, if you're asking me to vote right now, this is not something I'd be able to support.
Fine, duly noted. Okay, all those in favor of the motion? As recorded vote. It's a recorded vote.
Mayor, members, Councillor Hannah has requested a recorded vote be taken on the motion to amend. When I call your name, indicate how you vote for the amendment. Councillor Hannah.
Nay.
Councillor McConkey.
Abstain, insufficient information.
Mayor, members, abstaining from the vote indicates a no vote. Councillor Coghlan.
Nay.
Councillor Ritchie.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yes.
Mayor French.
Yes.
4 in support, 3 opposed. The amendment carries. The main motion as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you. So we go back to the main motion now as amendment. And it's carried by that?
It's
Sure.
So, Mayor members, you have voted in support of the amendment. That leaves you with the main motion as amended. As you can see on your the screen, that leaves paragraph 1, that the staff report be received. That the Township of Springwater reaffirms the May 17th partnership proposal commitments of up to $200,000 as a backstop to bolster partner fundraising goals, and an additional $50,000 a year for 10 years should a project in excess of $10 million be approved. For the renovation and expansion of Ellendale District High School to be taken from the Ellendale Hydro Reserve and Indoor Recreation DC Reserve Fund, and you will need to vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay. So we're voting.
So, Mayor members, again, there was an amendment put forward to amend the main motion that's up on the screen. The main motion has been amended by a vote of 4-3. 4 in support, 3 opposed. The main motion has been amended for an additional $50,000 a year for 10 years. You now need to vote on the main motion as amended. You simply voted on the amendment. So the main motion as amended is what you're voting on.
Okay, fine.
So, Mayor members, Councillor McConkey has asked for a recorded vote on the main motion as amended. When I call your name, indicate how you vote. Councillor McConkey.
Abstain.
Abstaining requires a negative vote. Councillor Coghlan.
Coghlan or Coghlan?
Sorry, Coghlan.
With regret, I have to nay.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Austin,
Yes.
Counselor Hannah,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Allen,
Yes.
Mayor French.
Yes.
4 in support, 3 opposed. The main motion as amended carries.
Thank you. So you can take that word back to the Parks Board. And
I just wanted to mention, there's a gentleman out in the audience by the name of George Allen. He's sitting beside our trustee. I'd like him to stand up. He'll be leading the charge in regards to the fundraising. And I sure as hell hope he does anyways. He does a great job. Although you're not, you never supported it.
that is out of order. Okay, can we take a 5-minute comfort break? I promised to do it at 8 o'clock, and it will be 5 minutes. We'll be coming back, and it will be question period, so think of your questions. 5 minutes.
Maybe have water, please.
I think that was not sure you're going to find that this evening.
10 times, so. I did this, and you know what?
Yeah, please. Yeah, go. Okay, we're going to call it back to order, and anybody that has any questions, preferably of things on the agenda that we might be able to answer appropriately, they would be most invited. We have 10 minutes. Try to get to your point within a couple of minutes. You can do some kind of preamble, but we do want questions or comments related to things on the agenda. So does anybody want to come forward tonight and pose questions of this council? Well, seeing none, that's going to make it much easier for us.
Mayor French, have we covered 9.2?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Or 9. 9.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. So let's go to 9.1 and with the previous minutes, and so I'll turn to Councillor Cogman.
Thank you, Mayor French. Moved by Councillor Coghlan, second by Councillor McConkey, that the minutes of the Township of Springwater regular council meeting held on June 22nd, 2015 be approved as presented.
Well, as presented, because it included the amendment, okay. All those in favor? Carried. Councillor McConkey. And before I ever introduce it, if you want to discuss the closed session minutes, we would have to go into closed session. If anybody cares to do so. Okay, with that, Councillor McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hannah, that the closed session minutes of the Township of Springwater Council meeting held on June 22nd, 2015 be approved as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, now we'll go to question period. Name, address, please, when you arrive.
Finally can get there, yes. Forgive the extra hobbling tonight. I've sat in these chairs too many hours today. I'm not alone in that. My name is Sandy Buxton. I live at 3 Silverwood Crescent in Midhurst, LOL 1X1. My question has to do with the fact that there are no minutes being presented for the public of any description arising from the closed session. And I would like to understand why that is, why there's nothing there at all that I'm aware of. Mr. Daly, would you kindly scroll? Is there an attachment there? Why there is nothing there and what the rules are about what the public may know. My understanding is that the public may know what the topic was, and there's just nothing there. So some clarification would be helpful.
So thank you, Mr. Buxton. The minutes from June 22nd originate from this motion. The Municipal Act requires council to publicly state why they proceed into closed session and the general nature thereof. You'll see here there are two descriptions, labor relations and litigation, potential litigation.
Right.
And council is entitled to proceed in closed session for
Right.
those
Right.
matters. They did, and upon rising, they, or should I say, in closed session, there was no direction or public recommendation resulting from those in-camera deliberations. The minutes themselves are closed and entitled to be closed for personnel matters and litigation matters.
I think for further clarity, I think what you're looking for, was there a particular, like typically if you look at closed session minutes,
There's a
they'll
blur.
provide some, there was none. It was actually a closed session for information, and that we were updated on some information relative to those two items. So
Okay.
there was no action taken.
That is the third.
Yeah.
To go into closed session.
Right.
Those minutes.
Yeah, no, and, but I'm just saying, basically everything was verbal.
Right.
There was no outcome or action required.
So-
That's as much as you're ever gonna get, right?
Well, you're going to get that, but then sometimes, usually the motion says as directed.
So as an example, I believe we have closed session this evening. Here is the motion proceeding closed session about a personnel matter,
Right.
employee relations, and the general nature, obviously, again, there it is, building inspector. That's the requirement of the municipal act for council to make
Right.
that declaration. A similar motion was moved on June 22nd, which resulted in the closed session minutes.
Right. With regard to the one, I think I'm understanding, it's a matter of clarity from a public perspective. It's not a casting any aspersions here on anyone, that's not the intent. We have meeting A taking place in 1 month, we have meeting B taking place in the next month. In meeting A, that material that you just read out, Mr. Daly, explaining why they're going into closed session is all there. That's all clear about why you're doing what you're doing, no question about that. When we come to the next meeting, meeting B, there's just nothing there. I'm wondering, I'm asking, would it be helpful for the public if there was something, a repetition perhaps, reminding the public this is why we did what we did? Because I think what you were reading out for me is from a previous set of minutes, as opposed to a link in tonight's minutes. Am I right, or have I got that wrong?
No, I think you clicked on minutes, so, yeah, do it again.
Yes.
I just so that we all understand, it's,
I showed you in the June 22nd proceedings, public proceedings, I showed you the council motion to authorizing to proceed into closed session. These minutes obviously are a result of that
Okay.
closed session. Also on tonight's agenda, and I'll scroll quickly back down, you will see there is a motion
I did.
authorizing council to go into closed session. That will result in closed session minutes dated July 20th, and that will appear in the August 24th agenda.
So the minutes for the closed session were encased within the other minutes.
I understand that now. Not everyone out in the public domain is going to read every link that's there. Maybe they should,
They'll be missing out then.
they'll be missing out, and I just was wondering if there isn't any way of flagging that.
Let's say read everything.
No, just pulling out that section, minutes, closed minutes, that's all.
Okay, thank you. No, some closed session, I mean, that's always been a question, and we do at least try and make very clear why we're going into closed session, at least, so
Yeah.
we know what we are talking about.
Right.
And that kind of meets the act, and sometimes, and of course, you know, we're dealing with individuals, there's a whole freedom of information, privacy.
And
all
that
those
wasn't
kind
what
of
I was
things.
getting at. I was getting at the transparency, the ease of, the accessibility of that information coming out, meeting B, for what transpired in meeting A. That's all I was getting at for the public that I know won't take the time to read everything the way we may wish they would. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Come forward. Name, address, yeah, just have a seat.
Hi, Marty Lancaster. I live in Ormondonte, but I just wanted to come and thank you guys very much for passing the Blue Dot support motion. And the question relating to that is, have you advertised that fact on your website at all, that you've done that? There's a lot of people that were actually very excited about this in the Blue Dot community and the movement. And I'm just wondering if it's easily accessible and known to others, as this is a snowball effect. As the townships, when we first presented, was 30, who said they were in support, and now we're blowing by 60, 70, 80 townships. So they get changes on the website all the time. Have you guys posted that information on the website for others to see and celebrate, I guess?
It would have been posted definitely as part of our minutes. And
as the last person said, not everyone reads every link and every minute.
French and
Is there an
members of
announcement?
council, and to fellow, my wife's teacher fellow at Bear Creek. We went through the whole social media. We actually, we haven't done a permanent thing on our website. I'll take that back from today. But we did go through press release, social media, and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll take it back to the communications person and see what else we can do. But we did at that time blast it.
That's a great, okay. I just wanted
Good,
to, again,
thank you.
congratulate.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I tweeted it at the time.
I follow that.
Okay, anyone else from the audience care to address the council? Okay, seeing none. Let's move on. First one is staff report, agricultural motion, legal summary, and option report. And I'll turn to Deputy Mayor now.
Thank you, Mayor French. Through you. I and other councillors have received messages of support from approximately 339 people through emails and phone calls, as mentioned earlier by Mayor French. And we've received letters as well of dispute and disagreement from others and or their legal representatives. We have received a legal opinion from Barnett Kuzner of Weir Folds LLP, who's here tonight with us, that the resolution is presented by me on June the 1st and then discussed with council on June the 22nd might not be legally binding or enforceable for reasons set out in the opinion and the staff, which was also referred to in the staff report. So as a result, I propose an amendment to the motion, which I believe will address the issues and anomalies presented in the original motion. And to help fellow councillors, I will distribute that. I'll distribute. So the whereas portions are the same as the previous motion, with the exception as the third whereas referred previously to classes 1 to 4 agricultural lands, and the amended motion refers to classes 1 to 3 agricultural lands. And then the therefore goes as follows: therefore be it resolved that as part of the township's official plan review process, staff be directed to give particular consideration to the need for new or additional policies with the following clear and specific objectives. 1, sub 1, protecting and promoting prime agricultural land for long-term use for agriculture. Sub 2, ensuring that new land uses are compatible with and do not hinder agricultural operations on prime agricultural land. And sub 3, ensuring that any identification of settlement areas or expansion of a settlement area boundary fully complies with applicable provincial policies aimed at protecting prime agricultural land for the long term.
Do you have a seconder for that? Councilor Ritchie? Discussion, comments, questions? Maybe we can refer to our legal counsel. The new wording, do you find that objectionable from a legal perspective?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have an opportunity to review this proposed alternative resolution and discuss it with planning staff prior to tonight's session. And in my opinion, it does address all of the concerns that were identified in our legal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any particular questions from, yes, Councilor Austin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Allen, I just want clarification on the third subsection. Ensuring that any identification of settlement areas or expansion of a settlement area boundary fully complies with applicable provincial policies aimed at protecting prime agriculture land for the long term. So, if we are talking about current settlement areas. That in your original motion, you were talking about basically saying that land within the current settlement boundaries could not be used for anything other than agriculture. How does your bullet 3 differ from that? Can you explain the change?
I could try, but I think it would be better to refer that to Mr. Kuzner. It's not as restrictive with respect to the existing settlement area for development of agriculture and does not potentially contravene the existing provincial policies. To address the point B in Mr. Kuzner's opinion letter in his section B of conclusions, which was on page 2 of his opinion. But I'll defer to Mr. Kuzner maybe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Each of these 3 objectives identified in the proposed resolution tracks very closely the wording of applicable policies in the provincial policy statement. That's the origin of these 3 particular objectives that you see here. The reference in item 3 to identification of settlement areas. With respect to existing settlement areas, those are deemed to conform with applicable provincial policy. That would include, for example, the Midhurst settlement area through OPA 38. As far as any potential new or expansion of settlement areas are concerned, the purpose of this proposal is to ensure that there's extra scrutiny given to that type of proposal from the standpoint of the objective in this resolution.
Can I maybe give you an example to further help you understand? Suppose we have a village called Rockwood, fictional name. Within the settlement boundary, there is land that is currently being farmed, but it's within the settlement boundary. Okay, and the owner of that land knows that it's within the settlement boundary, and therefore probably thinks it can be developed in the future. Okay, will that person be able to develop that in terms of housing? Am I making my question there?
I think so, yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no simple answer to that question, unfortunately. It depends on a variety of factors. First and foremost, the policies within that particular settlement area, official plan policies. But in addition, and equally important, the existing official plan designation and zoning permissions for that land. The mere fact that a piece of agricultural land is within an identified settlement area does not in and of itself give any development permissions to that land. There are numerous agricultural lands within existing settlement areas that are designated for agricultural uses only. And if that's the case, it follows that those lands would have to go through a formal application process for an official plan amendment before they could be considered for any development purposes beyond what's permitted in the agricultural designation.
So finally, to reiterate what you said earlier, Deputy Mayor's, Mayor Allen's amendments or changes here, especially number 3, you say falls within the legal boundaries of the provincial, the PPS, provincial planning. Provincial policy statement. So none of these would be subject to any court action.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, in our opinion, these objectives probably go as far as this council at this point in time can legally go without running afoul of the concerns that we identified in our opinion.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Councilor Calvert.
All right, I have a few questions here. In light of this amendment, when I'm reading this and understanding that it's tracking current wording and that it's deemed to conform, does this then have any more weight on top of what already exists? Are we simply reiterating what's already out there? I'm asking, is there any point to doing this? Like if we're just following all the policies and procedures that are out there already, what more is this then doing other than telling people that we're asking our staff to give more weight to the considerations in our.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this ties into the one of the issues identified in our opinion letter, dealing with how far a municipal council can legally go in expressing a statement of intent as to the will of the council and the public that it represents on a particular issue of area of concern that's been identified. In this case, that relates to the need to protect and preserve prime agricultural land. And within that, the confines of a statement of intent as opposed to binding policy, in our opinion, it's open to this council to give direction to its staff to pay particular attention to those considerations when you're going through the official plan review process. There's no binding effect resulting from that other than the direction given to council. And you'll see that the wording makes it clear that they're to give particular consideration. They will then come forward with recommendations arising from that, which council will consider with input from the public. And at the end of the day, staff and in turn council will have to be satisfied that the specific policies that result from that are in full conformity with applicable provincial, county, and local policy.
Council Copeland or Council?
Can I just add,
Okay.
add to that
That's
answer?
Deputy Mayor Allen.
I also believe that it adds a key base parameter to us as a council as we embark on the updating and creating of a new official plan.
Okay. Who wants to look at Council Copeland?
Okay, I have, oh, do you want to give me permission to go to that?
My apologies. Wouldn't that then come through the updating of the official plan? I'm just curious as to why is this coming forward now and not during the official plan update?
Because some people, some councillors ran on the platform that they wanted to come out unequivocally in this council with its support of agriculture. And I think it's overdue by 6 months, and I don't want to wait another 6 to 12 months to establish this base parameter.
So if this motion is then not to, we've learned that we're not allowed to basically state our intent out in flat rate, right? All right. When I'm reading this, what I'm seeing is that we are basically asking our staff to pay particular attention to agricultural areas when we're going through the official plan update. So I'm curious as to why, when I read this, it doesn't simply say those words. So I have to read through all of this to get the intent that this council would like to ask the staff to pay particular. I just feel that it's reiterating policies that are already in effect. It's like you said, some people ran a platform, and I agree that all of us, people that are raised on farms and have worked on farms and live on farms, we all support that. But to me, this seems, like you said, it's merely showing the public that we are intending on doing something.
I think it's committing us as a council, if in fact council by majority votes for it, to move forward with this as a base parameter, as I said.
Any other questions, Councilor McConkey?
I have a question on the third one where it says, ensuring that any identification of settlement areas or expansion of a settlement area boundary fully complies with the applicable provincial policies. So when we're going through the official plan and it says any identification of settlement areas, to me that means an existing settlement area. Well, it should already apply. Otherwise it wouldn't be a settlement area. So I don't understand why we would have that statement, ensuring that any identification of a settlement area, we're not going to define new settlement areas. We know what we have the growth, so we have settlement areas that are already defined. So what's that statement mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that particular wording tracks verbatim a specific provincial policy statement policy. So I think the intent on the part of staff was to adhere as closely as possible to that wording, so that nobody could be accused of running afoul of or expanding upon what the existing provincial policy is. In my opinion, this objective does not in any way bind staff or council to recommend the identification of any new settlement areas. It simply says that in the course of considering whether there ought to be any new or different settlement areas or expansion of existing ones, that staff should pay particular attention to the specific objectives identified here.
I guess I concur with Councillor Coghlan as to today we have agricultural policies, and the agricultural policy today is quite strong, and it does want to preserve the policies, and it's speaking here, we're supposed to respect the policies. So the policies are already in place. So yes, this motion is sort of targeting that this is how this council feels. It's a touchy-feely sort of thing, because it's not really going to implement anything different as far as I can see. But the bad thing about doing this as a council is if I go back to Mr. Lehman says, okay, to do an official plan, let's go out there and see what the people want. Let's get their requirements. Let's see what they really want. We haven't done that yet. So until we can hear what the people want and we hear what they have to say, then we take what they have to say and we see if it fits in the provincial policy statement. So we're going in with an open mind. Not saying that we don't want to preserve, but we have to listen to everybody, and you've got 365 letters or something, so I'm sure we're going to get the same outcome. So I don't think this motion has any validity, and we have to go and listen to the people. So to me, it doesn't give me anything different, and I want to go in with an open mind.
Thank you. Councillor Hanna.
Thank you, and further to the comments about, yes, this stuff is in the provincial plan, it's in the agricultural plan and so on. As we've heard before, we lost 750,000 acres of agricultural farmland in the last 5 years. We lost 127,260 on average per year, and as we've heard, we lost 350 per day. So I think anything we can do to augment provincial policy that's out there, and if we do pass this motion, I'm going to be asking in future consideration that this council consider forwarding it on to all municipalities to raise the bar and ask them to help protect agricultural farmland across the province.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French, and thank you for making yourself available tonight.
Thank you.
I'm a farmer myself, and I can't think of a better place to raise a family than being on a farm. I'm going to support this. One concern I had, in our township, in Springwater Township, the aggregated industry is a fair-sized industry in Springwater Township, and where you find gravel is underneath a farm. And, you know, when you're building homes and supplying jobs, quite often they need to enlarge or start up new pits. How does this affect that? Is that a different dimension? Does it fall under pits and quarries altogether, or does, I mean, I want to protect farmland, but we need to find balance here too in regards to the other industries like the housing industry and that provides jobs. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are other specific policies in the provincial policy statement, as well as the county official plan and the township's own current official plan that deals specifically with aggregate and extraction activities. Certainly, when staff are going through the official plan review process, they will obviously have to give consideration to appropriate policies and the need for any revisions or updates to existing policies to comply with provincial and county policies. The intent of this resolution, as I understand it, is not to give particular consideration at the expense of giving no consideration to all of those other policies such as aggregate, but rather ensuring, as I understood it, that any concerns about this particular issue having been lost in the shuffle, as I use that term in my opinion letter, that isn't perpetuated as you're going forward through your official plan process.
Thank you.
Okay, final question, Councillor Coghlan.
I have two.
Go ahead.
So first, through you, Mayor French, to CAO Brandy and our lawyer, this motion here is no more restrictive or binding on our actual farmers. Like, this isn't going to cause any more red tape for them. This is, I apologize that I am not clear, but this has no more impact than what is already existing and out there today.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say that this does have more impact in terms of the specific direction that it provides to your staff when they're going through official plan review process. That's the extent of it. It doesn't provide any specific direction in terms of land use permissions or restrictions to properties that are subject to these agricultural policies.
Second question?
I was just curious if Tina really could comment as well.
Through Mr. Mayor, I would first of all concur with our solicitor, but at the same time, I think it was brought before us, this really is a setting the stones or setting the blocks for our upcoming official plan exercise. The exercise does say that this is something that council wants us to look at, but by no means is it essentially handcuffing us at this time. It is essentially saying that we want you to do this, and then we will, through the official plan process, look at this as part of a number of things that we're going to look at through that official plan process.
Thank you. And my second question, through you, Mayor French, to Cito, really understanding that the information would be able to be provided tonight, but in light of openness and transparency, I would like to have a report or a cost associated with the legal fees for this motion.
Fine. Okay, I think we've had enough discussion.
Yes, let's
Ms.
vote on
Okay, Councilor McConkie, final question.
I was just wondering, there's a report later on with the brick, I've got to say it right. Brandon Brick, yes. And basically, the property is currently designated rural and agriculture under the Township Springwater Official Plan, and they need to be zoned for general inside-outside storage exemption zone. Because of this type of direction, could that affect that type of request? I have a feeling it could, because we're looking at industrial now on agriculture.
Yes, Mr. Speckman.
Mayor French, through Councilor McConkey, I think with the revised wording that's been provided, that any application to rezone or redesignate in the settlement area will be subject to the planning process that's in place today. So it doesn't necessarily change anything. It's a matter of fact that now the way the motion's been revised, that we actually have to go through the test of planning policy that's in place to deal with applications for development in settlement areas depending on what their nature is. So it's under the planning process and the policies that are in place today.
I agree that you're giving the planning process, you're giving that it's following that, so you're going to update an official plan, but you've given a direction to the official plan, which I don't know how you're going to update the policy because you're giving this direction. So that's where I could be tied. You're given a direction to update policies in a certain way. So if the policies are updated to reflect something differently, this property could be.
Okay, anyway, I'll prefer to kind of refer to the legal expert for legal opinions, but I think we've had enough discussion on that. So, Deputy Mayor Allen, would you kind of put forward your amended motion?
Amended motion reads as follows, moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie. Whereas agriculture is the largest single land use sector in Springwater, and whereas agriculture is the #1 value-added sector in the province of Ontario, and whereas in the province of Ontario, Provincial Policy Statement 2014 replaces the grow policies, the County of Simcoe official plan, and the Township of Springwater official plan independently and collectively acknowledge the need to protect prime agricultural land, which is defined as classes 1 to 3, for future generations. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the Township's official plan review process, staff be directed to give particular consideration to the need for new or additional policies with the following clear and specific objectives. Sub 1, protecting and promoting prime agricultural land for long-term use for agriculture. Sub 2, ensuring that new land uses are compatible with and do not hinder agricultural operations on prime agricultural land. And sub 3, ensuring that any identification of settlement areas or expansion of a settlement area boundary fully complies with the applicable provincial policies aimed at protecting prime agricultural land for the long term.
Okay, and just, I'm not sure if you want to put it in addition, because Councilor Hannah suggested something to sharing this, or what was your comment?
I believe I would do that under future consideration.
Okay, let's leave that the way it is. Okay, we're voting on the amended motion first. So,
Could I request a recorder, please?
Mayor and members, Deputy Mayor Allen has read the motion to amend the main motion. When I call your name, please indicate how you vote, yea or nay. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Allen has also asked for the recorded vote. Deputy Mayor Allen, how do you vote, yea or nay?
Yea.
Councillor Hannah.
Yay.
Councillor McConkey.
Nay.
Councillor Coghlan.
Yay?
Councillor Ritchie.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
Yay?
Mayor French.
yes, that's a yes.
6 in support, 1 opposed, and no motion to amend carries.
Okay, and now we have the main motion as amended. And that was moved by Hussein. Basically, the main motion becomes this amended motion, so we're voting on the amendment, or on the main motion now. to approve it.
Request a recorded vote, please.
So members, the main motion has been amended and voted on, and the amendment carried. You're now voting on the main motion as amended, which is substantially in the form of the amendment. Procedurally, you need to vote on the main motion as amended. A recorded vote has been requested by Deputy Mayor Allen. When I call your name, please indicate how you vote, yea or nay. Starting with Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yea.
Councillor Hannah.
Yay.
Councillor McConkey.
Nay.
Councillor Coghlan.
Yay?
Councillor Ritchie.
Yay.
Councillor Austin.
Yes?
Mayor French.
Yes.
6 in support, 1 opposed. The motion as amended carries.
Thank you. Let's carry on with staff reports. Thank you, Mr. Bridner, for your assistance and clarification of the legal aspects of this motion. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, moving on here, it's 11.2, staff reports. Councillor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, second on the copy of the report to the planning regarding drainage agreement acceptance, Lane Crest Farm Limited dated July the 20th, 2015, received, and the terms of the agreement as provided by the affected parties, the severance with respect to the split in the drainage apportionment under section 65 of the Drainage Act be accepted.
Any questions or comments on this item? Okay, those in favor? Carried. Councillor Austin.
Moved by Katie Austin, seconded by Perry Ritchie, that the report from the planner regarding OP 2014-001 and ZB 2014-011, Tanager Woods Incorporated, dated July 20th, 2015, be received, and that council adopt the official plan amendment, submit the amendment to the county for approval, and approve the associated zoning bylaw as amended, and that the bylaws be presented to the July 20th, 2015 council meeting for final approval.
Any questions on that item? Yes, Councillor
I'm
Austin.
just wondering, if this passes, are there any restrictions on the Gervais family from, this is sometime in the future, building a new family home on the same lot?
Manager Plana?
Through Mayor French to Councillor Austin, no, actually the Gervais could move forward and build a new house in addition to the temporary accommodation for the farm help. The accommodation for the farm help is actually being legalized through this process to allow for migrant farm workers to work on the property. Therefore, it's not considered to be a single detached dwelling. So that means that a single detached dwelling could be built in conditional less than that.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Ritchie.
Mayor French, moved by Kerry Ritchie, second by Katie Austin, that the report from planner regarding ZB-2015-014, John McLeod, dated July the 20th, 2015, be received, and that public meeting is scheduled in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, as amended.
Any questions on this application? All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the report from the planner regarding the telecommunication tower for 3706 and 3874 Old Second Road North, dated July 20, 2015, be received. And whereas the Township of Springwater has no legislative authority in the approvals of telecommunications and are deemed by the federal government to be merely a commenting agency, that the subject to all other regulatory approvals be and compliance required by Industry Canada, that the Council of the Township of Springwater acknowledges the completion of the local municipal consultation processes by Alice Don Corporation.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Yes, Councillor Austin.
Does staff know if the residents' request for another meeting with Canadian Solar has been scheduled? Because that was part of the report. The residents wanted another meeting with representatives from Canadian Solar. Has that been scheduled? Does anybody know?
Manager Planning.
Mr. Mayor French, Councilor Austin, no staff is not aware of the meeting, second meeting has been scheduled.
Any other questions on this? All those in favor? Carried. Councillor McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hanna, that the report from the planner regarding site plan application SP 2015-001 for Brampton Brick, dated July 20, 2015, be received, and that the mayor and clerk execute the necessary documents once all technical aspects are addressed to the satisfaction of the township solicitor, consulting engineer, and staff.
Any questions on that application? All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Hanna.
Moved by Hannah, second by McConkey, that the report from the manager of planning regarding Stone Manor Woods authorizations to execute / register dated July the 20th, 2015 are received, and that subject to the advice of the township solicitor and staff, that the mayor and clerk execute the subdivision agreement to be registered.
Any questions on this? Maybe I just have a quick clarification, maybe from our manager of planning and what is happening at this stage with Stone Manor Woods. I think that would be helpful for the public.
Thank you, Mayor French. I guess over the past 9-10 months or so, staff has been working with the agencies, with the County of Simcoe and the developer to prepare a draft subdivision agreement. As part of that process, the developer has been moving through clearing conditions of approval for the development, which are across, there's approximately 76 conditions. To date, the developer has completed probably 95% of the conditions, and the agreement is probably around the same 95% complete, requiring only minor modifications. The registration of the subdivision would allow for the sale of homes for Phase 1A and Phase 1B, so the eastern half of the development. And the recommendation from staff is to facilitate the registration of the agreement due to the number of sales and to allow the developer to move forward and start selling homes in that subdivision. As follow-up to this, there will need to be some final circulations of the final agreement to the agencies and authorities to get final clearances. For the most part, all the clearances are there. Clearances of reference include MOE, certificate of approvals or certificate of compliance. All of the agencies have commented and provided wording with respect to subdivision agreement and the standards that they want to see in the agreement, and an estimate has been provided for the infrastructure works required to cover the cost of all the work for the subdivision. So really what this will do is allow the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement, which will ultimately lead to registration and the sale of homes within the eastern half of the subdivision.
Any other questions on this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Carried. Councillor Austin.
Moved by Katie Austin, seconded by Perry Ritchie, that the report from the planner regarding ZB 2015-015, Alyssa Anderson, dated July 20th, 2015, be received, and that a public meeting be scheduled in accordance with Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CB-13, as amended.
Any questions on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor Frank. Moved by Perry Ritchie, seconded by Katie Austin. With the report from the manager of planning regarding the township official plan update dated July 20th, 2015 be received, and that a report prepared by Lehman and Associates dated June 30th, 2015 be received, and utilize as reference materials to tailor the official plan process to the specific needs of Springwater Township, and that staff be directed to investigate options to form a work plan for council's consideration, which includes a budgetary review related to costs associated with the official plan review update.
Questions on this report? Comments? Deputy Mayor Allen.
Through you, Mayor Prince, thank you. This is to CAO Brindley. Can you just expand upon what was in the report a little bit about what you're envisioning to come forward from staff as a report on this?
Thank you, Mayor French, through to the Deputy Mayor Allen. Essentially, the first part, which was unique, was actually we had a fairly large, not just we had council there, but a number of people in the audience were actually given some voice, given some options to talk. But essentially, the report speaks to Lehman Associates' vision of how we're going to start moving forward with this process. The first part of the report is actually more, how to say, transactional, and it talks about the process as being some facilitated discussion reports. It talks about actually putting together a strong communications plan and those kind of elements as we start down the path of which our manager of planning is going to start catching up for council. But what was interesting in the appendix was sort of some of the discussion around, not just from council, but from the residents, about sort of what they wanted to see in the plan and what are the kind of what we wanted from the standpoint of communicating the plan and how we sort of saw that process moving forward. So it's hard for me to describe it. If you haven't read it, I suggest you do. But it both took us through a very thorough view of what we do from the next steps, but also gave us sort of just a feeling of how we started this process, which I haven't seen before in terms of getting a sense of a broader what council was looking at in this official plan exercise, as well as what the residents were looking at. And the next step is that our manager of planning is going to start actually putting that together in terms of timing, how much it's going to cost, and then we'll be revisiting that with council shortly. I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for, sir.
Thank you. So would you anticipate having this ready for our next meeting in August?
No, sir. No, it's a little more involved than that.
Thank you.
I'll just prompt that a little further. Can you give us an approximate date?
Mayor French, I think with the level of detail that we have to go into, for example, we are looking at various municipalities to see different options that have been undertaken for OP reviews and updates. I think with all fairness, I think 2 to 3 months would be the timeline that we'd be looking at to provide for a work plan, to do all the research that we need in order to be able to come back and provide a full, wholesome report for council to consider as far as moving forward with a plan and with potential budgetary considerations as well, given the size of the project and the costs that we're looking at. We can try to expedite things, but I want to just put it out to that for 2 to 3 months might be a fair estimate to get the amount of work that will have to go into this.
I'll take your word for it. I think maybe just make a mental note that we'd like to certainly see something by October. And because we do want it moving along. So thank you. Okay, now any other questions on this? All those in favor? Carried. Item 1110, and the purchase probably means a good idea for those that are watching on the webcam. I will kind of mention the item number so you can follow us on the agenda, because the agenda does show up at the bottom of the screen. So with that, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the report from the operations technician regarding surface treatment tender results dated July 22/15 be received, and that a surface treatment tender be awarded to Duncor Enterprises in the amount of $197,428.96, including HST for the 2015 surface treatment projects.
Since obviously we have our Director of Public Works, I wouldn't mind him sitting here all night without having an opportunity of saying a few words. Do you want to make any just brief comments on this tender?
Dear French, none that come to mind. Then we hope to expedite the work now that we've got the tenders closed and perhaps your approval.
Actually, I think Councilor McConkey does have a question.
I just know my residents on Grenfell Road were really happy with Duncor, and they thought that they did better than what I had on my Birchwood, so they'll be very happy that Duncor is back doing their work.
Compliments, thank you. Any other questions on this? All those in favor of the motion? Carried. Okay, Councillor, actually, before we continue on 1111, I need a motion and a seconder to kind of suspend our kind of procedural bylaw relative to curfew. So, okay. Pick wherever you want. I said make a motion. Councillor Austin. Okay, all those in favor? Carried, so we can continue doing our job here. Okay, so we're now at staff report 1111. Councillor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the report from the Chief Building Inspector's Manager of Building Services regarding the septic reinspection bylaw dated July 20th, 2015 be received, and that the necessary septic system reinspection program bylaw be presented for adoption.
Any questions? Councillor Hanna.
Yes, sir. Section 1910 and the bylaw in section 9, power of entry. Under definition, it states that the municipal inspector, if you like, can enter into a building. I brought this up before. I think it's very important that we put in there in brackets under the definition under building except residence. Oh, sorry. Want to start all over?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, my problem is under the definitions in the septic bylaw that the entry into a building, I have concerns with that it might be misleading to our inspector, or if somebody happened to go into a building that was a residence, and I believe that would be unlawful in my opinion, because even a police officer cannot enter a residence without a warrant, a search warrant. So unless under somebody under hot pursuit is about the only exception. So I'm suggesting we, in the definitions, we include in there where it says building, put in brackets, except the residence. So we're not putting any of our staff into an awkward position, and if somebody did do something, if they've done it on their own and we're not liable, or our taxpayers aren't liable.
Yes, so can I go to our chief building officer and manager?
Through your worship, and somewhat expecting perhaps that the question will...
Nick, can you use the other microphone? Apparently that one doesn't work properly.
Through your worship, and somewhat expecting possible question being asked, and similar to what was initially asked in the public meeting, there was 2 new lines added to it, and it states, what was not there before is the following. However, this bylaw does not provide any additional provisions for entry by an officer when not permitted by the Act. Act is a defined term. What that states basically is, under the Building Code Act, the building official does not have entry into a residence. The only exception to that is if there was an unsafe situation such as a roof collapsing, which I had to do usually with attendants by the fire department. But for the most part, and the way it's written there with the clause of however as otherwise stated in the Act, it was covered in my opinion by that.
I appreciate that, sir, and I would just strongly suggest for what it would take to type a couple of words and put in there, except the residents. I realize it's important. I drink the water. I want to make sure that stuff going into the ground is something that's not affecting my water. I know it's important to go into buildings. It'd be nice to be able to go into residents, but I don't want to put our staff or our taxpayers in jeopardy. And I would request the support of council to add those words, except the residents.
Yes, Nick.
Through your worship, I don't have any problems with adding a line to that extent on it. The one I have somewhat experience is trying to restate something that's in another act or regulation. Sometimes has a way of coming back and you have to replace it, or it could be contradicting. So adding it, I have no objection to adding a clause where it would restrict access to the residents. However, as I said, it's already there in the actual act where it's very explicit.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but if you suspect a dangerous situation or something's occurred in the building, you have every right to enter. Is that not correct?
If there was an immediate danger, absolutely.
So, C.O. Brindley.
Your worship, through to Councilor Hannah, I've actually seen situations in other municipalities where the police have used the building department in order to access buildings because it's the actual building department that has more authority than the police do.
If I may respond, I would say the police is sticking the neck a long ways doing that and to take advantage of our building department or the building department. I guess I've expressed my concerns, and I'm not trying to make it awkward, but the bylaw isn't clear in my mind. We're not talking about dangerous situation. We're talking about inspecting a septic tank, and letting our staff go into somebody's house to inspect a septic tank, I think we're pushing the envelope.
I guess for clarification, have you found similar language in other jurisdictions?
Your worship, most of them would rely on the act itself. They look at that with the stipulations with the regulation to limit the entry in that area.
You know, you can propose an amendment. We'll see where that goes. Carry on.
I'd be pleased to do that. I would ask that the bylaw be amended to include the words except a residence.
Okay, you've heard the proposed amendment. Do you have a mover and a seconder? Who's going to second that?
Does that contradict?
Sir? Is there a seconder for the motion? Seeing no seconder, the motion fails.
I don't know in my lifetime, Mayor French, of a septic system being inside a house. So I don't know why the hell we're debating this. I know it's getting late at night, but you know, let's move on here. It's outside, Jack, it's not inside.
Thank you. Maybe they're hiding in the septic. Anyway, okay. With that said and done.
Sorry, Jack.
Any further comments on the motion? Everybody is getting said. Okay. No other questions? Those in favor? Carried. Okay. Staff report 11-12. McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councilor Hannah, that the report from the Chief Building Official Manager of Building Services regarding building permit fees bylaw amendment 2015, dated July 20th, 2015, be received and that the necessary bylaw be presented for adoption.
Questions on this? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. And just in case you wonder why I don't call those in favor and those opposed, when I see all the hands go up for those in favor, I thought I might be redundant, so I didn't do that. So Councilor Hannah.
Move my hand, second by Conkey, that the report from the Deputy Treasurer regarding vesting of tax sales properties dated July the 20th, 2015 be received, and the Director of Finance vests 9 properties outlined in the subject report that were unsuccessful through the tax sales process.
Okay, any questions on this? Because I may ask Anita very briefly. Can I just give us a quick overview of how we get to that particular point and what happens when the tax sale process fails?
When a property has unpaid taxes for 3 years or more, we can start the tax sale process. Typically, we try to negotiate some kind of payment plan with the property owners first. If we have no contact or they're unable, then we can proceed with the tax sale process, which takes 1 year after it's been registered against the title. These properties in particular, owners have not contacted us in many years. The properties can't be built on. They are just properties that at some point hopefully we can merge them and have some use of them and sell them. Some properties we do have that are farms or residences, very rare because we usually try to negotiate, and mostly we will have some kind of plan that they can keep their own property. These ones are just not much used to anything.
Okay. Anyway, the report was quite detailed and showed all the checkerboard and so forth, but I thought, obviously we'll try and do this more during our council meetings because it is on a webcast and people may not have the opportunity to read all the kind of reports, and so that is helpful. So thank you. So any other questions from us? No? All those in favor? Carried. Councilor Austin.
Moved by Katie Austin, seconded by Perry Ritchie, that the report from the Director of Finance Treasurer regarding tile drain loan applications under the Tile Drainage Act dated July 20th, 2015 be received, and that the clerk present the necessary tile drain documents for execution or approval, and that the necessary bylaws be presented at the July 20th, 2015 meeting of the council.
Any questions on this? All those in favor? Carried. Councilor Ritchie. Oh, so it's, okay. We have a number of items here. Now we have an all-encompassing one. Is there any that you would like to pull out and discuss on the 11:15 to 11:20? Councilor McConkey.
11:16 and 11:18.
Do I comment or pull?
Well, I have to discuss.
Okay, we'll just
Pull
pull.
them for discussion.
We'll just pull them. Is there, okay, so any others that you want to pull for discussion? Okay, Councilor Austin.
11:15.
11:15. Anything else? I think there's only another 2. Okay, so the motion, Councilor Ritchie, is we will kind of receive reports with the exception of 11:15, 11:16, and 11:18. Give the motion.
Mayor French, moved by Perry Ritchie, second by Katie Austin, the report items 11:15 through to 11:20 be received to staff reports for information.
With the exception of 11:15, 11:16, and 11:18. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, let's go and pull 11:15.
I made a mistake. I was thinking of another report, so I will cancel my request.
Okay, we'll, we need some okay, we'll wait and we'll see if we'll receive them all. Okay, 11:16. Comments? Councilor McConkey.
Yeah, on 11:16, I was just wanting to know when, like it does recommend that the speed humps will be removed, and I was just wondering when they would be removed.
Mr. Archer.
Thank you, Mayor French. And I guess I'd be suggesting this information report that it pretty much told us all we need to know. And I could bring back to the August meeting a recommendation to remove them. And, perhaps monitor the situation without the speed humps for more data, because we know that we can see that the humps in the community safety zone seem to reduce the traffic speeds. It would be interesting now to see what would happen without the humps in place, with just the community safety zone signs up.
So I think we'll have a basically report in August,
No.
probably hold them at that night. Go ahead.
No, the pilot was till August 1st, but the report is recommending that you, because of safety from the fire, that you would remove the speed humps. So I'm in alignment with removing the speed humps. And from the further information, I thought I read in here that the speed humps were causing problems with the fire trucks.
Yeah, they don't provide the clearances.
So I don't want to, like it's August 1st was the pilot, so that was the date that they were supposed to be removed. And so I want to either confirm that date or an earlier date. With the other information that the residents want is they want to look at taking the 40, putting it back up to 50, and going back to, I'll say what it was before, and the community safety zone, that they want those put back in. I agree, we need a staff report and we need further information to look at that type of stuff. But with the speed humps, with you're telling me that it is a safety, like with the fire department, I would align with the date that, like as soon as possible.
Councilor Coghlan?
I'm curious if then we can have a motion to remove the speed humps on August 1st or whichever date we agree with, and then have the staff report.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of director collecting the information now to see if there, with the variances between the two, one with the speed humps and one without.
So if someone would like to propose a motion, with a second,
Okay. Okay. All right, you read it. Okay.
Mayor members, I believe you have a motion regarding item 1116, moved by Councillor Coghlan, seconded by Councillor McConkey, that the speed humps on Seaton Road be removed effective August 1st, 2015.
and then we'll deal with the staff report.
And that will give you time from now till August 1st to sort of see, have you got enough stats on before and after? Like there's going to be an after.
Yeah.
After August 1st.
Yeah, but before, so that gives you.
Okay, so we're clear in that. We're asking in this motion to remove the speed humps on Seaton Road August 1st, and we'll continue obviously gathering data and come back with a report later, possibly in August. August 23rd, the next meeting. Councillor Austin?
If we simply remove the speed humps, will the speed limit remain at 40?
Yeah.
Yes, it has to remain until we have the report comes back and we can pass a resolution to change that. Okay, is that clear what the motion is? Okay, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, now we'll move on to 1118. And who, okay, Councillor Conkey?
Okay, I have done some discussion with this with the Director of Public Works, and I understand that 11.18 is for information only, and that staff have proceeded with an MOE request. But I would like to ask staff to meet with the representatives from the Snow Valley Customer Sharing Group and determine an appropriate method to ensure that all the stakeholder information is received and considered throughout the review process. So I want them to be integral in part of this review process.
Maybe I'll just kind of go to our Director of Public Works, kind of make some comments where we're at. I know there's some communication today. Any comments on that would be helpful, and quite honestly, we have the developers of Snow Valley here, and we can certainly bring them forward if there's clarification required.
Well, thank you, Mayor French. So in regards to Councilor McConkey's request for a meeting, then our discussion today with the developers, and in particular myself and Mr. Smith, have arranged a meeting for Wednesday morning so that we can sit down and discuss the scope of work that's intended. And I hope at that point in time that we can share all the information that's available to go forward. And I know there's an opportunity to work with Mr. Smith and his crew to explore the bed problems and share the scope of work.
Councilor McConkey?
I guess I'm just wanting to clarify for that meeting, that's fine, but I just want to make sure that there's like a method to ensure that the information from the stakeholder is received and that it's shared, you know, that everyone works together on through the review process, that they are an integral part.
Do you want to do some wording on this? I invite you to, if you want to.
Like I know you're going to have the initial meeting, but
A motion?
there could be further meetings as a result of the one, and so I just want a method to be discussed at the initial meeting.
Mr. Brindley, CAO.
Mr. Mayor, and through to Councilor McConkey, it's never our intention to hide anything. So when it comes to this, we'd be more than happy to share the information. We have a developer who has a vested interest in the community and has invested significantly in this area, and everything will be disclosed.
Okay.
We're going to meet, I think, Wednesday morning, and have a full discussion about everything, and we'll share everything. How can I say that? Other than you doing a resolution, we're more than happy to share.
Deputy Mayor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor French. So does this affect the retaining of C.C. Tatum? Or has that gone ahead?
That's going ahead.
And the 22,000 referred to in the report?
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor, C.C. Tatum has been retained, but we're going to have discussions with the ownership group about that.
I guess my other question with the meeting on Wednesday, are all parties going to be involved with that discussion? Because we have a request, which, you know, we're splitting hairs, but it seemed to be a fairly serious kind of direction to us, I thought. And we have comments from Aqua, and I'm sure comments from the kind of the developer. So are they all going to be involved with the discussion on Wednesday where we're going? No.
Well, Mr. Mayor, at this time, my understanding is just staff and the ownership group.
Okay.
Not MOB or Aqua at that time.
So I understand that, because I asked the question, and for clarification of the council is, you know, I was going to say, well, how do we just kind of go and spend $22,000 without going to council? Well, it meets the criteria in the procurement bylaw. It doesn't have to come to council. So that's how that's happened. And now the outcome of the meeting on Wednesday, obviously since staff kind of went forward with engaging C.C. Tatum, could the staff have second thoughts on that and find an alternate solution possibly? And if that came about, would you kind of discuss it and cancel whatever agreement? I don't know what work's been done, but would that be the direction you would take? Okay, thank you. Well, since you're here, Mr. Smith, do you want to make any comment generally on this? Mr. Sheardon?
I guess the only comment that I really have, I learned today, and I sent out a letter and made a mistake in it, that Baines actually peer reviewed the original plans for.
Would you mind
design.
using the mic, please?
Yeah, actually, do we have a recording?
You don't know, listen to me.
Excuse me? I have a hearing problem, that's why I ask.
I guess starting over, the letter I sent out today, I was mistaken on the fact that Amy's did the peer review on the original design of the sewage treatment. We've also had much contact with Amy on the future, or 2 additional sewage treatment plants, and they are probably best suited to do a review on this plan. They're also retained by the township, and I couldn't imagine if the review that's required would be anywhere close to $22,000. The problem that existed has been fixed. The beds do have to be replaced, some of the beds replaced, and that's about as far as the review really needs to go. So, in my view, Amy's more than capable. I think discussions with the ministry should be able to provide that assurance that they could go ahead in that direction.
I guess, I think you agree, Mr. Smith, that some of the beds need to be replaced. From my comfort level, because it was my understanding that these beds in the last 25 years, we're 10 years into it, I think there is a significant possible impact financially on the township, and I definitely want some belt and suspenders that, they are going to continue to operate, that this wasn't an anomaly. So I definitely would like to take whatever the safe route is. I'd sooner spend $10,000 or $12,000 extra today, $200,000, a couple years down the road. But I'll leave that to staff. I'm not an expert in kind of poop, and I don't plan to be. But anyway, I do think of the township in the long term, and whatever is appropriate amongst the parties that can work out, that gives me a comfort level, and us as a council a comfort level. Yeah, we want a report coming back and say this is an anomaly, it's fixed, it's resolved, everything's working fine. That's what we're looking at. And so I'll leave it to the experts, which are the developers and our key staff and whatever appropriate engineering firm we feel is appropriate to kind of do the review. We're here to support that, but we do need to know where we're going, would be my comments. Other questions or comments? No? Okay. So are we changing we're not changing any direction, we're receiving, you told us what to do. Okay, so the 11:18, let's carry on. Councilor Austin, Councilor McConkey, you have a question.
Yeah, I guess it's fine for you to meet with the developer, but at one point, the MOE will be engaged. And I guess that's where and I know that you've said that it will be open, but I just want to make sure that the developer gets to explain the history and everything to the MOE so that the whole story is told and the MOE understands what's going on. So make sure, I want them to be able to give the information and it to be considered when they're moving forward.
Okay, I think we hear that message. Yeah. Loud and clear, CEO Brindley.
Mayor French, as I said, we're more than happy to convey that message to MOE, but I want this council to also realize that ultimately we own that system. And so at the end of the day, I'm accountable to all of you, so please keep that in mind.
Duly noted. So can we, I guess the original motion will receive the rest of the reports? Councilor Rich, you have that, so.
Yeah, what about?
Okay, just now we're going to accept 11:15, 11:16, and 11:18.
Staff reports items 11:15 through to 11:20 be received as staff reports for information.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried. So committees, joint health and safety, I guess we have a motion here by Alan.
I just have one of the committees.
Do you want to make the motion first? Moved by Alan, seconded by Richie, that the committees of council minutes of the Township of Springwater be received.
Okay, any questions or comments on these reports? Councilor McConkey.
The finance and audit, I was just wondering that it shows that there was many, I'm trying to find, there was one on the DC, information was provided. It doesn't attach the attachments that was presented to the finance and audit committee. So I just wondered, do we receive an update later from the finance and audit, or are those reports going to be attached in, and is it our accountability to look at them? It's, I'm saying like the development charge statement,
No, I
I don't know
understand.
what it is.
Through your French to Councillor McConkey. Those reports were attached to the agendas, which you may have not focused. So when the agendas go out, or just like we get agendas reports. So if you go back to the agendas, you'll find those reports. But I would suggest, once you do, if you have questions, and which you may well have, that next meeting we have, Director Schmidt will be here too, and so we can address any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So, all those in favor of the motion? Carried. Okay, other boards and committees, 13, placing BIA and library. Councillor Collins.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the minutes of the boards and committees of the Township of Springwater and the recommendations contained therein be approved as presented.
Any questions or comments on these? Councillor Austin.
13.1, my question is directed to Councillor Hannah. What is a speed spy device?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're asking me.
It's from the policing, and then it's from the policing report.
That's something she has popped for.
Will you tell me where it is in the report?
Top second page.
I think they're referring to you, Councillor Hannah, because you're a police expert.
The Springwater Community Policing Committee wants to request financial support from council to acquire a speed spy device.
So what they're suggesting there is they want to buy a couple of cameras that would be similar to the camera stand that we have, but it's not as large. They can mount them on poles, and they're going to use them in, I think, the other municipalities of the police in addition to Springwater. So it would be a joint contribution from ourselves, Clearview, I guess, from the Sega Beach to pay for these cameras. Again, it will only track the speeding. It doesn't work as an enforcement tool, but they think it might help them focus on where they should do their enforcement. I would suggest you could do your enforcement anywhere in this township and get people speeding.
Any other, yes, Councillor McConkey.
Mr. Sporring spoke to him, and I believe that they're going to come and do a deputation, and you'll hear more about it. And there's another municipality using it, so you'll hear all about it and be able to ask questions.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, correspondence items 14, Councillor McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hannah, that the correspondence and information items be received.
Any comments or questions on any of the items that are on the agenda? You see none? Oh, sorry, Councillor Austin.
14.2, that rodeo thing, does anybody know what kind of contest there is for councillors? They attempted to enter it.
Actually, okay, I'll go to our deputy, our Director of Public Works, Mr. Archer, and he can comment on the rodeo.
I'm a good car driver, that's about it.
The truck rodeo, you might have to wear high heels, I'm not sure, to compete, but the idea of the politicians competition is kind of camaraderie, and you are welcome to challenge a neighboring councillor if you wish. I know there was a friendly competition between the township of Tay and the city of Barrie last year, so they'll just, whoever shows up is welcome to the council.
Does it involve driving a truck?
Oh, yes.
How big a truck?
Well, the snowplows.
Do we get to play with heavy equipment?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French, to the Director of Public Works. Did you ever find out who won last year? It was my brother that won, wasn't it?
No, it says Harry Hughes.
No, Harry Usenik, and he didn't drive no snowplow truck.
I can't say otherwise. I did hear that your brother won.
They dinged me for one little thing, and he went through and he never got anything. But I think he cheated. But anyways, you get to drive a snowplow truck,
It
and
actually
you get
says
to
here,
run a backhoe.
Harry Hughes won in 2012.
If I could just add, Mayor French, the township of Springwater will be providing 2 of the newest identical trucks for the road.
Not the newest.
How about the oldest?
Yeah.
And you can drive backhoes too, like a little,
Nobody can drive the standard trucks anymore, so they're all automatics. But the provincial rodeo is day 2 of the event.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's very clear. I'm sure everybody will have fun. Any other reports we want to talk about? That's it? Okay, Councillor Austin.
14.1, the approval from the Environmental Management Branch refers to something called and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, it refers to something about an NASM plan, and it has something to do with John Spring. What does NASM stand for?
Not so nice.
So actually, I should, what it is, again, I can tell you what it is.
Thank you.
It's biosolids out of a sewage treatment plant, leftovers, and basically it's human excrement, highly treated.
Okay, and they're going to be spread on
Spread
John
on
Springs
farms,
farms?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And it's
You're an expert on poop now.
No, we're on camera, we'll continue. Okay, any other reports you want to pull? Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Do you have any notices of motion tonight? No? Oh, okay, do you have a notice of motion, or do you want to be jumping on the next part of the agenda?
I can do it. I have a notice of motion.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I was just wanting to maybe get a staff report on where we stand with policing in the future, because everything that's coming forward, it's about speeding.
Actually, that is an item for future consideration. We'll get it on the list.
Okay.
And I'll ask you to staff.
Okay.
Good, thanks. So we don't need a formal motion, just
Okay.
give direction. Thank you. Is there any notice of motion? Okay. So let's move on to 16, items for future consideration. For anybody that's out there in our audience, what we try and do is bring to the table items that may have not shown up in an agenda on a normal kind of time sequence that we want and are asking staff to kind of report on, and it comes back to us at subsequent meetings. So that's the purpose of items for future consideration, and I believe Councillor Hanna has something.
Thank you, Mayor French. I would like to suggest that the township submit a letter to the other municipalities in Ontario advising them of our passing of a motion to reinforce, if you like, the provincial policy statement and other policies protecting agricultural farmland.
Thank you. So are you suggesting maybe we construct a report and a resolution that we might be able to support?
I'm suggesting a letter be prepared by staff, signed by yourself, and forwarded to other municipalities.
Okay, that's appropriate. Thank you. Any other item for future consideration? Okay, McConkey, Councilor McConkey.
I would just like a staff report as to how we're sort of moving forward with policing. We're getting a lot of calls about the policing, about speeding, and I'd like to look at the policing being out of the south end versus the north end. As with Yorkwood being built out, or Stonewood Manor, and new development coming, and the requests that we're getting, I think that we need to look at Wasaga Beach and maybe a south end police, if that's been looked at, or is there discussions on that? I don't know if I'm too soon for that, but I know the residents are asking for more policing, and I just don't know how we keep going.
Okay. Mr. Brindley?
Through my friends to Councilor McConkey, by all means, let's look at this, just keep in mind it won't be for August.
Yeah, no, I know.
We had discussions with Commissioner Vince Hawks, within the last year, about looking at a dual policing option out of both the Barrie OPP as well as Nowasaga. This is something I think I'd like to work with the mayor on, especially because we're part of CDAP, and see what else we can do, and maybe that's something that we actually have a meeting with the commissioner on next steps here.
Okay, anything else? Any other items for future consideration? Councilor Calgren?
I just wanted to reiterate through you, Mayor French, to CEO Brinley, my request for the legal fees and costs associated with the 11.1 agricultural motion.
And just as a note, the council at the last meeting gave direction to seek legal opinion. Anything else? Okay. Moving on to full session. So we just go to, can we close the open session? Okay, maybe we do have a closed session here on an item. Is it something that our chief building officer and manager can speak to without us going into closed session? And maybe take some direction from CEO Brindley. Is it possible to deal with this without going into a closed session?
I think we still have to go into closed session.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Taking some more complications since this was great.
Okay, all right. Councillor Hannan.
Moved by Hannah, second by McConkey, that in accordance with Section 59 of the Municipal Act 2001, the Corporation of the Township of Springwater does hereby resolve to go into closed session at 10:06 p.m. For discussion pertaining to a personal matter about a identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations, or employment negotiations.
All those in favor? Carried.
The Council of Township of Springwater now rise from closed session at 10.
I have a motion to be done first.
We need to approve one, and then the motion.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right, sorry.
You're rising first, and then we'll have your motion, okay? Any questions or comments? Those in favor, carried. Okay, now Councillor Austin.
Moved by Katie Austin, seconded by Perry Ritchie, that the report from the Chief Building Official Manager of Building Services regarding the recruitment for an additional building inspector dated July 20th, 2015 be received, and that an additional building inspector be recruited.
All those in favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
He's not here. Number 19.
Yep, 19-1.
Moved by Perry Ritchie, seconded by Katie Yost. The bylaws listed herein be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
Point, Mayor, sorry. Again, I have to speak to 1910, the septic bylaw. And I think we need a definition there to say a building does not include a private residence. This is Councilor Ritchie pointed out, septics are not inside private residence. So I think we have to make it clear that staff and our bylaw officer cannot enter a private residence.
Again, I guess we can attempt to amend the bylaw and see where it goes. If that's our only solution. So if you want to propose an amendment and have a seconder and make some suggestions.
I can pass, or I can suggest that with your permission, but if I'm not getting a second, I just want to make sure it's recorded that I don't believe that we're doing what's appropriate by not including that to protect our taxpayers and our staff.
I think that's duly recorded, but if you want to try an amendment.
I'll try it, yes, I'll make an amendment that we include a definition to say that a building does not include a private residence.
For septic purposes. Because we don't want to go against, something about where we don't go against the building, like, they're right, like a septic, you're not going to go into
Yeah.
the
Do you want to
residence.
just turn the microphone
On?
Yes.
No.
For septic inspection purposes.
For septic inspection purposes, that entry to a residential unit is not, you know,
Do we have a seconder for the
well,
motion?
I think I can second it as long as it doesn't contradict with the building act.
If I may speak,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of a situation where we would need to enter a building for the septic, as Councillor Ritchie kind of mentioned. The only idea that kind of came into my head were, what if we see effluent, unfortunately spewing out to the surface, and it's obviously going, house is abandoned, the water is essentially running all the time. The house is abandoned, and partially collapsing, then yes, I would go in and maybe turn off the water if I can, or do something, get inside the residence and do something where I restrict the potential of a hazard getting into the lake.
And if I may, your description of abandoned vehicle, that, or abandoned residence, that wouldn't be classed as a private residence, an abandoned building. A residence is a building that's occupied and lived in by people. And as I say, even the police can't enter a private residence without a warrant. And as the CEO pointed out, they sometimes use building inspectors to go in. You see, even under a search warrant, if you police get a search warrant, you go and search, say, for certain objects, like say it's offensive weapons, and they see stolen property. They can't seize that stolen property. They got to go and get another search warrant for the stolen property. So the law is very clear, a residence is protected. And I'm just concerned that if people don't realize how protected a private residence, that we could be putting our staff and the township in a very large civil suit.
So do you have a seconder?
I don't think so.
I'll second it.
Okay, actually, get it on the floor, okay. So we've heard the argument and that, so we're voting for the amendment those in favor of amending the bylaw.
What's the amendment, what's the amendment?
To, can't go in the house and so forth. So,
Except for,
Sorry, but all I'm suggesting is we add a definition to say that a building does not include a private residence for septic inspection purposes, if you like.
okay, we understand what the motion is. So, those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried.
oh yeah, I trust you.
You get a hell of a lot more trouble if somebody went into a private residence.
So you can provide the, your language and pass it on to chief building officer, manager.
You make sure it covers the building up. It's okay. You can't contribute.
I have something thinking.
Oh, good.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, you
Okay,
I know you want to.
now we're back to the motion of Richie, read the bylaws, I believe. Yes, any other bylaws you want to amend?
Not tonight.
Okay, back to Councilor Richie. No, we did, we kind of got involved.
I don't have any more paperwork
Okay,
here.
but just to kind of repeat your, what you already handed down.
Or handed it in.
Okay.
It's too late.
So, okay, this was Councilor Ritchie and Councilor Austin, that the bylaws listed here be signed, sealed by the mayor and clerk. All those in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, second by Ritchie, that the confirmatory bylaw listed herein be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
All those in favor? Carried. Councilor Conklin.
Moved by Conklin, second by McConkey, that the regular council meeting of the Township of Springwater is now adjourned at 10:28 p.m. To meet again in regular session on August 24th, 2015 at 6:30 p.m. in the council's chamber, Administration Center in Kinnison.
All those in favor? Carried. Meeting adjourned. And for those that are still at my webcast, thank you for joining us.
Frank, should we have a meeting tomorrow morning with Mr. Clark?
No, because I have my other thing.
It's not the one tonight?
No,
It's good initiative.
That'll be changed.
He wants to hold the ditch and a